Hopefully this should be live. We live? What's going on here? I don't see it. Could be wrong though. I don't want to turn that on. Getting a wee bit hot. Okay, it is live. I guess I'm just get some music going here. I really need to like just download music instead of just going off of YouTube. That'll probably help with. This going on, so it's weird. It still says it's like not up yet, but it is up. Let me see. Huh, I do not see chat. Let me refresh, guys. This is so strange. I see it on my phone. I just checked my stream really quick. I don't see it. Yeah, this is kind of unusual. Is it available right now? Okay. That is no bueno. I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, it's fine. Oof, good goodness. Let me, I need to do this really quick. This probably will help a little bit. Yeah. Help with the lag. So let me, I still cannot see chat at all whatsoever, so give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec here. Okay. Can I see chat, please? There it is. Finally. Okay. We're rolling. Let's pop out here. Let's pop out chat so I can watch it a bit easier. And it seems like everything is fine. I do not know why my computer seems to be like extra laggy today. The computer's also 8 years old, so there is that. There is that as well. Let's see. Okay, cool. No, that's not what I meant to do. Did I do something? I'm so sorry. If you guys, I don't know what I did. This is the first time I'm getting me like monetized, and there's a thing that says, there's a $sign I clicked on, it says insert ad. I'm like, oh God, I did not mean to run an ad right now, or however that works. I still don't know. I'm just gonna close out of all this. This is really obnoxious. Okay. I think we're fixing this. Switch account. I'm just trying to get on. I'm so sorry if I ran an ad for you guys. If you guys are like watching and it just like randomly ran an ad. I did not mean to do that. I just like, first I'm getting monetized. I set up some stuff and then it was like, there's a little $sign and I'm like, okay, whatever. I just click this and it just said run ad. So I apologize. I do want to get some music going. Okay, so Simon Knight, yo, okay, I could see chat. I do want to just get some music rolling. And I got some like it's so weird. Like, so I've been running this like non-copyrighted music on YouTube, and like I'll get copyright striked, but it's literally for like 2 seconds, or like a 2-second clip in the whole thing. So it doesn't disable ads on like the whole thing or whatever, but it just says like, all right, you're gonna have to mute this section. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll mute 2 seconds of my 4-hour stream, like whatever. It's pretty silly, but I mean, it is what it is. Let's try this one. I don't know what's. I had like I don't know why, but like I didn't have a lot of food in the kitchen, and I didn't have time to obviously order food or go shopping. So I literally went to go. I just made a quick peanut butter jelly sandwich. Probably the first one I've had in. I think I've had 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the last 3 years, and I had it, and it's really good. But it's just like whenever I eat something like that, I don't know, it just seems like it just gets caught in my throat. Just, I know you guys didn't tune into the stream to hear this, but it just gets stuck there for a while, and I have to like keep drinking and just like keep trying to clear my throat. So, well, now that you guys know about my bodily functions and how it works with PB and J's, how's your guys' day going? The gem squeeze is still happening. Honestly, I did not see this coming. I think a lot of other people did not see this coming. I thought we were gonna have a significant rebound, like we did with Golden Moments, like we did with 12 Days of Veve, like we did with other times whenever there's a big announcement. Gem squeeze, after the announcement, everything is done. Recovery. Only a handful of things I can think of that could be causing this. Number one, people are still just trying to consolidate gems. Maybe people are still just sleeping, not even sleeping on it, but just people got a lot of Marvel Mighties and the Disney cards, and they're just liquidating that to buy other things. Another thing is Pokemon potentially in 4 weeks, so that's another thing. Someone I thought I read here a little bit earlier, or in the chat, I kind of jumped ahead. As well. That the apparently like listings aren't being removed. Shakespeare third, finally, Vibes is live. How'd your drop go? I didn't get any of the drops. Dude, the stamps felt like they were gone like immediately. I was tapping as fast as I could, and like the mints, they're not like low. I thought that run had like 24,000 mints, so it's not like a, you know, like an independent artist run where there's only like 8,000 mints and it's super low, and it's like, all right, I'm probably not gonna get it. I thought I had a decent chance with this, but I did not win one at all. And I've been hearing a lot of people make YouTube videos. So Chris made a video talking about bots. Andrew Ellis made a video talking about bots. The Twitter Spaces with Brock McBlockchain, like he hold on one sec. He had a Twitter space where people were talking about bots and accounts getting restricted and showing no proof, and or just getting blocked or banned and all that kind of stuff. So some crazy stuff happening in BV right now, but it was bound to happen. I think you can't have an app that's pioneering a new era of NFTs and with all these licenses and kind of small team, and they're literally accelerating. I mean, they thought that they weren't going to get to this point until 2024, and so we're like 2 years ahead of schedule. So I think a big part of it is just them being very short staffed, relying a little bit too much on automation. I'm not entirely sure, but Choo what's up? VV Vibes is a top tier VV streamer, keep it up. Thanks. I'm trying to get I'm not sure if I want to keep making videos. I do enjoy streaming more, but at the end of the day, you know, I do like making videos. Like the videos is when I do get a lot of my views, and you know, it's pretty easy to make evergreen content on there. I did have I was gonna show you guys this tier list. I was gonna make this video. I was gonna make it today, but honestly, I just got lazy. I went to the gym and did a few other things, then I took a nap because I don't know, my body schedule is just completely messed up, my body clock. But I wanted to make a tier list video, basically covering at least the categories of NFTs. I know it's gonna piss off a lot of people, but I really don't care. Like, we're like, how could you rate that low? Or how could you rate the decon NFT so low? And, you know, this one NFT sold for 1,000 gems, you know, 2 months ago. And yeah, it's not entirely certain, but I was gonna make a template like this, if it'll load. I also have to make an account, so I have to kind of figure that out later. But you guys have seen this kind of like tier list maker thing, right? Where people can make a, God, this thing is just riddled with ads. I have ad blocker on my thing and these ads like still pop up. Upload set of images. Browse. Come on, work with me. I was gonna have all these. Come on. Select all, come on. Control all, shift all. Select all. I thought there's a, whatever. Just have to manually do it. Let's do something like this. Where you, I rank them S, A, B, C, D. S is a nerdy term for, it's like internet term for high tier. Above, it's like the grail tier, right? So I was gonna cover, you know, X-Men, Adventure Time, Bob Shells, Crypt Kids. I was gonna cover all these and rank them by how, I still need to come up with criteria. I don't know if I should do it by how big the IP is, how big the potential is of it. You know, people are gonna be like, how could you sleep on serial killers? They did airdrops. Or like, Labbits, you can breed them. It's like, none of it is confirmed. None of it's on the Veveverse. It's way too speculative. Like, what are things that are gonna be good right now to invest in? Not like, what is a speculation play you can make now that might pay off within the next year and a half, and even then you're not sure if it's gonna work, right? So I have to come up with some like groundwork, or at least some terms of like how I'm gonna be rating this. But I want to basically, and I don't know if you guys have seen these tier lists, right? Where people put stuff in a list. It's like, it's very like, honestly, very easy and lazy content for people on Twitch and on YouTube, where they rank superheroes or Fortnite skin tier lists or movies or whatever it is. So I was gonna do one for NFTs, at least like Veve NFTs, and I thought that would be kind of like a good tier list that people could reference, at least in my opinion. Someone's gonna get upset that like, why'd you rate it's not something random, Myrmicornos at, you know, C tier or something like that. It's, you know, I'd say like for Myrmicornos, the saving grace it has is that like master collector points per gem, it's probably one of the better series to get, but overall it's just going to get affected by, I mean, there's everything gets affected by the gem squeeze, but some things just get affected more than others. Let's see here. Google Sheets, let me catch up with chat. I know I just went on like a big tangent there, so I'm gonna double time it through chat already. Like, I'm already streaming for less than 5 minutes. I'm already like, all right, I want to hurry up. So is channel's mooning. Yeah, I did not expect my channel to grow this fast. I'm like, all right, it'll be cool if I could get you know, like 100 subs a week. It might take me a couple months to get to 1,000, or like 3 months, because I started in a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago. But the last like, I think 3 weeks, I've gotten like 800 and something subs, maybe more than that. There was a period of time where I was getting like 100 subs a day, and it just started accumulating very quickly, and the streams are doing well. It seems like people like my input, so I appreciate that. Is it the list? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure that was up. Very true. Pretty sure the market is broken right now. Apparently until the next AMA, the market will still be crashing. Why do you think that? I'm curious. Kyle W just did a video and he said bot accounts are dumpling plus market glitch, so perfect storm. Don't list now. Okay, so Imperial Lotus Dragon looks dope. In my opinion, uncommon is the best. Honestly, I've not looked at the Imperial Lotus Dragon thing like at all. I probably should. Is that on the app yet? And if there's really a glitch on the market, that is, they really need to fix that. Like, if listings are not disappearing and people are just like constantly undercutting, like, oh my, because like these prices honestly seem way too low. And that's why I said like this, I think this gem squeeze, it just makes no sense. Like, how are things just continuing to squeeze and like just continue to drop in price unless there's some sort of weird glitch or something's happening? Because the last 2 or 3 announcements that we had that there was a significant gen squeeze because of a big IP or back-to-back IPs drops. Right after everything went up in price, and it looked like it did initially, then it kind of plateaued, and like now, if that's true that market listings aren't going away, then that's a pretty significant issue. All right, so actually there is the Lotus drop here. Oh, those are pretty cool. Okay, these little statue things are actually pretty cool. When does this drop? Okay, it's not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. How many editions are there? I mean, it's independent artists, so it's super low. Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of these, to be honest. Like the super low edition independent artists, like I get they need to make them super low edition to make them relevant, because if you had some independent artist stuff have like 60,000 editions, like the price would just be very low for a very long time, and it would be kind of treated as a joke. So I get why they do that. Prices are crashing. Hello, Relix, Rilzot? Sorry if I butchered your name. And Joshua, why is there a gem squeeze? What's going on? If that's genuinely true, I don't know where you heard that. I'm kind of curious where someone said that listings are not getting removed if something is getting bought. Then that's a major issue. Then that means there's a lot of false sell walls right now that just simply aren't there, which is very, very strange. Javier Oliveira, think of selling my Iron Man to buy Goofy. Don't know if it's worth a move. I would say no right now, to be honest. Where's Goofy at right now? I mean, I have it. I could probably check on my phone, but come on. It's at 3K. You mean you would have to make up another what, 500 gems? I think that's a bit steep. I think Iron Man is still a very good hold. I think it'll go up quite a bit. But I mean, if you want to do it, I can't stop. Like, just there's way too much weird stuff going on in the market to be like selling things at their bottom. Like, things have not pumped, things are gonna move. Hopefully they fix this market listing. But if that's genuinely going on, that kind of explains why like this gem squeeze is like continuing to happen. Like, as big as I think Pokemon is, and I've said this to some friends and other people, where it's like, even if I like Pokemon's it's a huge IP. It's gonna be the mother of all gem squeezes. Like, I just don't picture it having an influence speculatively a month prior after 2 big drops, and like people are just like, no, I'm not gonna, like, whatever. Maybe they are cracking down on bots, and bots are just simply cashing out, which is causing the market to have issues. I have no idea. I would love to see if you guys had any like proof, or if ecomi or people have proof or a video showing like, hey, I'm buying this listing and it's not disappearing, so it's creating a false sell wall and it's just making prices go down and down and down. So I'm kind of curious. No idea. I heard that listings are bought are not being removed. So Richard, I would love to hear where you heard that, or like where that is, because if that's the case, that's actually very unfortunate for everyone. It's good for buyers, but it's unfortunate for everyone else, especially people that are, you know, kind of panicking, seeing that prices are dropping. Should I sell mine? Like, I'm in the red with all of, like, other than a very small handful of my NFTs, I'm in the red on all of them right now, but I know this is going to get fixed. The market's going to recover. Even if they announce Pokemon, I'll probably still just hold my stuff, ride out Pokemon, play the drops. You know, it is what it is. And trying to play Pokemon in the secondary market is, unless you got thousands and thousands of gems, I think it's kind of a fool's errand, to be honest. The battle statue is below a K. Yeah. Oh well. Hodl till 10K. Yeah. Yeah. Something's wrong. Shankster the third. I got a comment on drop. Was able to list it as soon as the market opened for 85. It shot down to 30 like a minute later. Yeah. I mean, again, maybe it's, I don't know if you looked at the listings. I didn't even bother looking at the secondary market. Once I didn't get the drop, I didn't even bother for rebounds, to be honest. I'd never gotten a rebound. I'm never gonna, like, I'm not gonna bother with low mint stamps. Like, I'd rather just get on with my day than stare at my phone for 30 minutes. But yeah, I'm kind of curious if most of those were sketchy accounts, let's say, and they were just trying to dump them. That's also another reason why I don't really care for stamps. Like, if I had a ranking on the tier list, I'd put stamps at like a low C. It's, you know, there's some margin to be had and there's some profit to be made, but like, overall, I would not invest in stamps. I mean, if you went on drop, like, good for you. Like, play the drop. You should play every drop. It doesn't even matter what it is. But like, try to buy stamps in the secondary market. Unless you're trying to complete that set and like do it once and be done and move on. You know, I don't know. I think there's better things to buy. Watching The Hobbit and Veve streams is the only thing to calm me down right now. The Hobbit, yeah. I'm just gonna pretend like The Hobbit doesn't exist. I like the original trilogy more. I mean, The Hobbit is decent enough. And I'm kind of curious how that whole... I've not really looked into it too much, but I heard Amazon was still gonna have like a Lord of the Rings thing come out, right? I thought they were gonna have like a thing kind of talking about like the Third Age or something like that. I have no idea. Something like a Silmarillion would be cool, but the Silmarillion's more of just like a it's like an almanac biography, or just like it's just more of like a historical text rather than like actual story, it seems like. Yeah, everything is heavily discounted right now. It honestly just does not make sense. Like, so I'm eating some nuts right now to kind of just save my hunger over for the next couple hours. Mickey, uncommon still at 1K. Yeah, like, if that's the case, everything just doesn't make sense. Like, pricing doesn't make sense. If listings are not gone, then yeah. Or if listings are not being removed when you buy, then just either wait till the listings are very low or just don't list anything to sell, like, at all. Like, I haven't listed anything to sell. Crashing, yeah. Our Deadpool is gonna go up over to 120. Yes, yes. Just give it time. Whatever the heck is going on with the market, it's gonna sort itself out. If there is a glitch that listings aren't being removed, I don't know. Like, I would love to see some sort of proof. If anyone has like a picture or proof or whatever it is, that'd be awesome. Whoa, Bob Bobby, finally the mighty super chat is available. Dude, thank you so much. You're the first super chatter I've ever gotten, and I don't think I haven't forgotten the fact you gave me that Deadpool. I appreciate that, and I might do something special for people that were my first 100 subs, like my first sub 100. And Bob Bobby, you are my first. I just looked just for the heck of it before the stream. I was like, man, like I'm at 1,000 subs or what, you know, whatever subs. Like, let me double check who my first 100 were. And I think Bob Bobby's like in the 60s or 70s, something like that, for like my first 100 subs. Most of those people are probably gone now. Most of those names, I need to like print it out, have the names on a screen, so if they do talk, I can see their names again. But dude, Bob Bobby, thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. It means a lot. We'll think of something cool to do with the super chat. Maybe a cool animation. Maybe I'll have like the chat messages pop up on the screen. I still don't know how to do all that, but give it time. I still want to do something cool. Make me the second. You made me money yesterday. Cool Mo, dude, thank you so much. That's crazy. That A, you actually made money, and B, thank you so much, Cool Mo, for the $5 hairs. I really appreciate that. This is just nuts. You know what's kind of crazy? It's like it's nice to see that my super chat bank is up, but my vault value is going down. But I'm not tripping about my vault value at all. I don't know. I might need some help from you guys. I might ask some questions in the community. What would be some fun things we could do in chat? Because I admit there's some times where it does get very the numbers get very crunchy, and sometimes I do catch myself just like, all right, we're talking about the market a lot. Like, I'm here to do that and help people out, but like, I also want to talk about nerdy stuff. I want to talk about, you know, cool IPs that are gonna be coming out, or do some other cool things. Some good. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. It's not something I've put like a ton of thought into, but I'll do some research and I'll do something special for the dono people as well as some others. So Cool Mo, thank you so much, and Bob Bobby, Ricky Bobby, Bob Bobby. What's the other Bobby? Bobby Boucher. That too. So I appreciate it, guys. Let me double time it so I make you at 1K. I wouldn't list anything right now. Stamp drop was glitched AF. Dion Cybico. Dude, I've probably been butchering your name. Thank you for the $5. Like, I appreciate it, even though like I've probably been mispronouncing your name like the whole time. It really means a lot. I did not expect it. So I thought it would be like, all right, it'd be cool over the next few days. I get some donos. That'd be really cool. Oh my gosh. Choo choo. Finally got the donate button. Keep up the dope streams, dude. Thank you so much. This is just great. I don't know. God, I really want to like do something cool, like with the donations instead of just like it's not even on the screen or anything like that. I promise I will think of something cool. I might do something where I might have like an Omi bag because I don't have any Omi at all whatsoever. So I might do like a little Omi bag where people can put, you know, money in it, or I might do a it's a completely terrible idea to do in real life, but I think it would be kind of cool to do like, I don't want to risk people's money like or NFTs in real life. So like doing like a hedge fund thing where people like, you know, I had this idea like a few weeks ago. I'm like, it'd be kind of cool if like people gave me NFTs or gems and I could put it in this big side account or like this huge hedge fund, and we invest it and flip it, and you get paid out a percentage of how much I make in profit. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I have a couple hundred gems, I don't know what to do with it, here's 200 of it, just go do whatever, and I might feel like cashing it out in a couple months or whatever it is. I thought about that, but I'm like, that's probably a terrible idea, and I probably get in trouble and or whatever. So it's like, it's probably better that if people are willing to donate, I make like a hedge fund and we kind of create a separate account that does flipping, and it's kind of like the community account that's like, hey, we got this, and maybe people vote on what we buy. I think that'd be kind of fun to do that, to do kind of like a separate account where it's like a community run account and people vote on what we buy and what we should flip. And if people want to meme, like that's fine with me. It doesn't matter to me. It's a donated side cash thing. So Alex, is Storm a good investment? Yes. If she's below, wonder how cheap she is right now. Especially if the market's messed up. She's been holding pretty good. I mean, she's only down $2, but overall, yes, I think Storm is a good investment. Probably one of the better NFTs to get for under $100. She was kind of getting disrespected for a while on market for under $100. I mean, she was going below box price for a month and a half. Nobody gave her any respect. She went up to 50 for a bit, and then there was probably an announcement. She shrank down again, but she's very solid. I like her a lot. She just might take a little bit longer than, you know, the usual NFT to recover, but gem for gem, she's one of the best ones to get. Let me catch up with chat. Bless you. Do you think Disney stamps? Do you see Disney stamps going up more? The Disney cards are not really stamps, but I get what you mean, Mason Fuzzy. Yes, everything is going to go up. Like, don't panic, guys. If there is an issue with the market, hopefully it'll get resolved sooner rather than later. Like, and even if you are down, like I'm in the red 20-30% across the board too. So it's like, just hold. You'll be fine. But again, thank you so much, Choo Choo, and everyone else that's donated. Like, you guys are amazing. I will do something cool in the near future where we do I think some sort of like an Omi bag, because I do want to get Omi, and I think people I would like to get some Omi, but I think doing some sort of like separate account hedge fund thing where like, hey, we're all going to invest in this, and maybe the people that did donate have a vote. Maybe just have the whole community vote. Even if you didn't donate, like, it doesn't matter. I still want you to get involved. I think that'd be kind of cool. So what I might do is like, if there is like a separate account with gems on it, like I might do a community post that says like, hey, we have 300 gems. What should here are my suggestions for what we should buy. You guys decide this. You guys vote. Hey, we're going to buy that. Okay, we're going to buy this. We get it, you know, and maybe it'll just be buying situations. I think it could be up to me whether when and how much I like flip it or sell it. But then I'm just gonna say, hey, we flipped our Storm. We made this much. What do you think? I don't know. I think it's a cool idea. It might be a little bit of work, and it does require like a lot of community interaction and stuff. So I think that'd be kind of fun. Let's double time. Veve, okay, bless you. A lot of people were complaining on Discord in the market open about bots. Exactly. There was Chris had a video about bots, like I said. Andrew Ellis did. Same thing with some other people. So, oh my gosh, fun under the sun. Congrats. I know you mean vibes. Vibes. Just the beginning, dude. Thank you so much. I don't even know how much I've gotten today. This is crazy. It honestly does mean a lot. Like I'm honestly speechless. Like how much you guys have given me, and it's nice to know that like my efforts aren't not necessarily like going unnoticed. Like I don't need validation from other people. Like even if there wasn't any donations or if I wasn't at 1,000 subs, like I would still be doing this. So I really appreciate it. It really means a lot. I just wish I would be doing something like really cool right now. We're like, oh my god, we're gonna do this, or you know, do a what's it called, a swimming pool stream. What's it called? Bathing suit stream or something like that. I won't do that, but it's like, funny stuff like that occasionally. So yeah, a lot of people talking about bots, restricted accounts, banned accounts, the customer service of Veve and all that stuff. To be honest, before that live stream, like I didn't know anyone that had their account restricted or locked or botting or anything like that, as far as I know. So I don't know anyone that's had that issue. But when hearing those stories, I can hear the frustration in some people's voices, and they had a walt listed, or they had an expensive NFT listed, and they got their account locked out or restricted, and they couldn't edit the listing, and basically they told Veve like, hey, like I still have my thing listed, could you at least take it off? Because if the price runs up, and you've seen prices, they run up super quickly. Things can double or triple in price in a few days, and maybe you want to pull it off or whatever. So it's a big deal. Jail. Oh my gosh. I hope it's jail, dude. I feel so bad because like when people like donate, or just even in general, like I feel like I mispronounce their names, and they are just they're probably just rolling their eyes and shaking their head. They're like, this guy, Veve vibes. Finally, donation button. Cheers to a bright future, bro. Dude, thank you so much. This is truly amazing. I thought I didn't think I would get anything in the first stream. I wasn't gonna mention it. I accidentally ran an ad because I'm like, oh, what's this button? It had a $sign. I thought it was to like do something on the stream, or I have no idea, but it was like run ad, and I accidentally clicked it. I'm like, oh my god, I just ran an ad within the first like 12 seconds of my stream. Like, I don't want people to think I'm like just here to just run ads every minute, like, or something. I don't know, but let me catch up with chat. You guys came here to help you guys out with the market, figure out how to navigate this weird thing that is the market right now, and yeah, I'm gonna help you guys out. Yeah, bots, lunar stamp being slept on, all this bot distraction creating big bargains. Yeah, I think it's Christopher. I think there's some issues with the market. People are claiming that I think there's sorry, I was got a text, but also need to hook up my phone, so in case I need to show you guys on my phone, you guys can see it. You guys probably heard that, but that's fine. Yeah, it sounds, some people are claiming, and I would love to see evidence or a message or a screenshot or something of what that proof is. If listings aren't getting removed, that is a huge issue on the market. Not to the video, if people are picky on the rank, they clearly don't have faith or trust into the project they bought into. Possibly. Or if it's completely okay to have differing opinions. People are saying, why'd you give Kripkins, a high D ranking? Like, why'd you do that? And, I hope I would explain in the video, because there's 42 of those. There's 42 of those like categories, and I tried my best to not double up, because there's like the Da Vinci ones have like 2 logos, and like I think Jermaine Rogers has 3 logos. There's like his name, and then the what's it called, like the rabbits, as well as like the Darrow and like some other stuff. Like there's some people have multiple categories, so I try to reduce that down. But there's 42 categories, and there's still more to come, right? More independent artists, more stamps, more stuff. So I thought in my head, I'm like, wow, even if I only talked about each topic for 15 seconds, which is not very long, that's like a 10-minute video, and that's on the low end. And you know me, I just rant. So I'm like, gosh, if I spent 30 seconds on each one, that's a 20-minute video. That's pretty long. So I might have to be quick about it, or come up with some other idea about other like NFT categories or something like that. But we'll see. But some people like the longer form videos. Let me know in the comments if you guys like some of the longer form videos that aren't a bit longer. That, I don't know. It probably depends if you guys have like a long what do you call it? Long trip to work. I forgot what it's called. Commute, that's the word. A long commute to work, then it's probably good to listen in the background. But Richard, Danforth market is getting very saturated with so many drops. People need to focus more now on bigger IPs. Dan did mention that, or David, I should say. David, you did mention like a time will come where there will be so many drops, he will kind of force people into a corner. Like, pick your specialization. Do you want to focus on Spider-Mans, or do you want to focus on Batman drops, Pokemon, you know, if and when that happens, whatever, stamps, whatever it is, like there's going to be so many drops that, you know, especially when we switch to the queue system, there's no longer going to be a way for people to consistently or get drops more than the average person. So you're gonna have to play everything in the secondary market, and even whales can only afford so much in the secondary market. So you can't buy every Batman, every Spider-Man, every whatever. You can't buy everything. You kind of have to pick and choose. So if you only had to stack one Mickey and Friends, which would you stack? Honestly, I would pick technically three. I would either pick Donald, or Mickey or Minnie. I don't want to say Mickey or Minnie, but it's like, I guess I'm putting Mickey and Minnie in two, because it's either one you pick. I don't think it's going to be that big of a difference. If I had to lean towards one, Mickey, but like I said, I think the price difference is going to be pretty small. But if I had to choose, if you're like pick one right now, I'd pick Donald. I think it's getting slept on, in my opinion. I think he has a much bigger impact than people realize. I think he has more screen time than like even Mickey in some of the Disney movies and like entertainment shows and different mediums and stuff. So I think Donald, in my opinion. Mickey's iconic, but I think the lower mints of Donald and like the people that are Disney fans really like Donald. At least if you like understand the history that he's been involved in. How often does Veve do? When will the gem squeeze be over, dude? If I knew that question, I would let you guys know. If I knew that answer, I would tell you. I'd be like, dude, buy up now. Gem squeeze is ending tomorrow around noon Pacific time. Buy now. I would tell you, but I don't know. You know, I would tell you guys, but I don't know. The prices are fake. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. People are claiming that. I couldn't tell you if something, like if listings are broken or anything right now. Like I said, if someone could provide a screenshot, either send it to me on Twitter or something like that, like a private message me, just a screenshot, or if there's any kind of proof, like I would love to see it. Prices are fake, more stuff coming out, people saving gems. I thought so too, Branded Woo, but like a month out, and like there's nothing big IP announced between now and even like the end of this week. I mean, the dragon thing, I mean, the stamp sheet, I highly doubt people even care about the stamp sheet. And the mints are so low, it's like, if people are complaining about bots, why even bother, right? So it's like, just move on. Just invest that 120 gems into something else. Not to be negative, but it's, I doubt that's what's causing the gem squeeze. I think it's, what's more likely is either something weird in the market, people are still consolidating or trying to figure out a position on what to buy or stock up on or stack, and gems are getting moved around. Or, and I think the last reason would be like Pokemon. People are just speculating, basically, you know, 28 days, 29 days from now, Pokemon's going to get announced or something's going to happen. But that's still a lot of time. That's still a lot of time to make moves, like 4 weeks. So I feel like as more collectibles come out, prices of certain collectibles would dip further. Natural correction. Yeah, that's why I've been recommending since day one. I'm like, go with DC, Marvel, Disney. Like those are ones that are, I don't want to say are not going to go down ever, because we don't know, but those are the ones that are least likely to go down in price. You know, the Cryptkins, all those other things. But we are having gems coming into the market at a very high rate. I'm talking millions of gems. You know, I think most recently there's like 5 million gems injected in the market. So it's hard to believe that there's just like not enough gems to buy up this stuff, right? Or everything is crashing. I just find it kind of weird. I'm also kind of curious how much Omi was burned as well. Like that just shows you how many transactions have been happening, how many NFTs are trading hands in the meantime. Sarah from Discord, there's an issue regarding market transactions listing status. Veve team is aware of the issue. Devs are working on ASAP to get it resolved. That is a huge deal. If that is the case, some people could be unknowingly selling their NFTs for way, way, way cheaper than they actually are. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Great if you're a buyer, I'll say that. Great if you're a buyer, but if you're a seller, I would just take your NFT off the platform, or just delist it. Or, yeah, like I said, it's unfortunate, but if someone's willing to panic and sell their NFT for a 40% discount for a loss, like, so be it. Like, it sucks, but it is what it is. Thank you, Sarah, for clearing that up. I appreciate that. Dion Cybica, what do you think about tomorrow's lunar panel drop? price but high at 120. If today's drop got instantly bought up, I find it hard to believe that it's gonna be I don't know. I'm still gonna try it. I have 120 gems on my account, so obviously I'll give it a go. You should always play every drop if you can afford it. That one is a bit high, and at this point, like especially with the way the market is, are you better off just like buying stuff while it's super cheap, especially if there's an error on the market? Sure. Maybe just wait till after the drop to make a move, right? Just have something in mind that you want to buy. But yeah, that is nuts. George, something is definitely up. I wouldn't suggest selling right now. Weird things, gold moments, or holding still. That's, yeah. If there's market issues and you have things like golden moments still holding their value, that says something, right, about the golden moments. Brian Peak, very new to this and caught my first drop yesterday. Pulled a secret rare Spider-Man 2099. What advice would you have on these types of rare collectibles? Hold. First off, double check your mint number, because you don't know. There's a huge difference between having a 670 of a 2099, which okay, it's low-ish, but for at a 2100, it's not that low. But if you have a 60 mint, that's a huge deal. So double check your mint number, and if you have something like a secret, just hold it. Understand the market a bit more. Hang out here, ask questions, and if you are going to sell it, don't just sell it just to sell it. Make sure you're selling it to try and make a move to, you know, do some research and be like, hey, if I sold this 2099, let's say you sold it at the end of the week, they fixed the market, it goes up to 2,500 gems. Hey, if I sell this, what can I get for 2,500 gems after the taxes, right? Think of some moves you want to do. I mean, you can also just hodl it too. You hodl it forever, whatever you want to do. But if you want to do more than just hold one NFT and just kind of play it out there, and you want to play the market a bit, try and come up with a plan, or ask me. Just say, hey, I want to sell this. When it hits like 3K, what do you suggest I buy in that point? And I can help you out. So like I said, double check the mint. Always hold it. Don't sell it right away, especially if you're like brand new, because it's very hard to time the market if you're new with stuff. Yeah, that's my suggestion, Brian. But dude, that's an awesome pull. Like, congrats. That's a couple of my friends won on the Marvel Mighty drop. I got a Spider-Man. My friend got a Spider-Man, and my roommate got a Green Goblin, so he was stoked about that. He's like, dude, check it out, I got a Green Goblin. And he was stoked, and he's been on the app for I think a little over a month, and that was like his second time he ever won. He won, and he lost all the other drops, and the comics are getting really rough right now, but he won the last two drops, so he's pretty stoked. Not the stamps one, but the Disney and the Spider-Man one. The market is bug true. Okay, most of the users, yeah, crispy. I literally tried to list. I literally tried to buy the first 20 at the floor and they were gone. It's real, dude. Yeah. Robert Desmond, I'm also giving another chance to win by skipping drops. Giving other chance by winning. Yeah, that's true, Robert. If you just want to skip out. These aren't normal stamps, though. A big mistake to classify them the same. And price is way lower than many options. Probably, honestly, I don't, like I said, I'm not a stamp collector. I don't know what the relevance is of these stamps versus other stamps or whatever. So, I mean, if you guys see a position, like, take it. Like, I'm not the expert when it comes to, I've fully admitted this, I'm not the expert when it comes to comics. I might not understand the nuances of like all the artists that make these statues or comics or these collectibles. So some people are like, you don't know who this artist is, do you? And I'm like, no, I don't. Please tell me. What would you suggest around 1,400 gems, Aries? 1,400 gems? If the Spider-Man rare is that low still, I would pick that up. You can't go wrong with a, let's see, where's the rare at? Wow, rare's holding its value, strangely enough. So maybe you can't pick that up, but like with 1,500 gems, it's very hard to not pick up something DC, Marvel, or Disney. So I would suggest either, honestly, any of these are fine. You can go with the common Spider-Man. You can go with the Ben Reilly, and then that leaves you still with 900 gems to probably pick up a common Steamboat Willie. So you can get like a Ben Reilly plus Steamboat Willie. You can go with the uncommon Steamboat Willie and pick up something from the Black and White series. Because I think at that point you would probably have like 400 gems left. Jason Fabbuck, if you could squeeze that in, that'd be decent too. Oh, we got a crash. And then I'm trying to think of some other good ones. Where's the Deadpool ultra rare at? I don't think he's gonna like, I think he's gonna do well. He's at 570. What about Wonder Woman? I think she's an all right investment. I do think there are other superheroes that would do slightly better. Wonder Woman. So any combination of the stuff I just recommended. Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man. What are some other ones? You could get like a Jim Lee Joker. I think he's just kind of like in a bit of a weird like holding pattern right now. He's at 1400, so like if you just wanted just one NFT, you could do that. Any of the golden moments around 1400. I also found out I'm like ridiculously behind chat, so I need to catch up. I don't think Wally. Wally's like right there. I do think the golden moments will see a significant pump. So any of the ones I literally recommended in any order of how you can fit the price are pretty solid. Javier, uncommon, check the tiger stamp, it's not updating. Yeah, that's weird. Bobby, thank you so much for the donation again. Javier, uncommon Spider-Man is really cheap right now. It is super cheap. Ben Riley is way too low in my opinion. Robert, just got her and don't know what's happening with the gem squeeze and market. People said there's issues with the market. Things aren't being, so because listings aren't being removed or they're getting bought, people think like, oh my God, nobody's buying this. So what do? They undercut or they sell it. Like the market isn't moving, right? So, which is why Ghost Spider's at 189. What did I buy my Ghost Spider at? Like, it's just such an unnatural, like I'm in the red across the board. Like I already told you guys this. I bought my Ghost Spider for, that's not right. For 120. So, it's just this alone, I'm down 30 gems, which in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it doesn't mean much. But like these will rebound well. Like the Spider-Woman app, like basically box price just seems super weird. Like it just doesn't make sense. Coolmo, bro, keep it real. We deserve it. I'm here just to make money for my daughter's future and mine. I have learned to listen to you. No BS from you. I appreciate that, Coolmo. Number 32, just got into the stream. Why are some things so low? There's an issue with the market where listings aren't being removed. So if listings aren't being removed, people think that's the actual floor price. What I really hope is not happening, and I doubt it is if legitimately NFTs are being duplicated, that would be terrible. If you buy it and it's not getting removed, could the next person just buy it or we'll just give them an error? And if there's duplication going on, that's like some like Game Boy, like Pokemon glitchy shit. You could be like, oh, I'm gonna duplicate items, but like if that's the case, that's devastating for the app. I doubt that's happening, but I don't know. All they said is we know there's errors going on in the market and that's it. So maybe, I have no idea. It doesn't sound like that something like that would even be possible, but I don't think it's. Maybe Veve is really coming down on bots and they're all selling. Possibly that could be a consideration. I think a lot of the FUD is contributing to this, possibly. Coolmo, thank you again for the dono. Taxi Corp, yo, sub 100 club, that would be sick. I need to double check. I think I was sub 10. I will double check. Maybe if you change your name, I don't know. If you change your name, if you did sub that early, that'd be awesome. I might do something little special for the people that did sub super early, just for funsies. Like, is Storm a good investment? Yes, I think I answered that one. On drop, no mints available. Played it like a pro. Nice. Very new to this and caught my first drop yesterday. It's like my chat's like repeating. This is so weird. Okay, let me like catch up. Okay, it's good. Go sub 10. Okay, Michael. After trying to get a bunch of stuff, I was able to get a Green Goblin at 698 just now. You might get some good deals if it goes through. If I would have known this was happening, if I had a crystal ball and I knew this was gonna happen, yeah, I would have saved my gems. Like, I'm down 30% with all my purchases since the Disney drop, but I'm not too concerned. It's all gonna go up. Just, time in the market beats timing the market, right? But Dion and Choo Choo, thank you so much for the donos again. Listings not being removed. Yeah, here for another great informative stream. Just call me Dion. Yeah, cool. I think Veve would blow up if they did a 101 Pokemon trainers. Unlikely. I don't think Veve doesn't need to do 101s to blow up. Plus, it'd be if someone said like, oh, what if they did 101s of like the old like Mickey when people were still theorizing about what the mini cards would be. Like, what if they did like 5,000 mini cards and they're all 1-of-1s? I'm like, that sounds like a market nightmare. Like, imagine you click on the mini card and there's different. She has a different outfit, different hat, different background, polka dot, different colors, like different trim. Imagine everything was different. You had to go through every single listing manually just to see the difference, and you had to simulate it and look at it. Like, that just sounds like a nightmare. Veve is not set up, at least as of right now, to do mass numbers of one-of-ones. You know, if there's a small handful, I'm talking, you know, I don't know what the number would be. That would not make it a complete and utter headache, but if they made them all individualized, it's, yeah, maybe. But Veve did say at some point they might do one-of-ones of stuff, but in the near future, I find it highly unlikely. They'd like that kind of stuff they would do in random raffles with master collector points, I could see, or some sort of random thing like that, and definitely not anytime soon. Alex, thank you so much again. Thank you for the good investment. Also, don't mind the sirens, keep it real. Yeah, love the idea. Cool. So it sounds like you guys might like that idea. Congrats, Vines. Okay, thank you. Stat Coke common snow globes. I think those are okay. If you're trying to do for some flipping, they are one of the better NFTs for flipping. I still think there are. Let me see. Gosh, yeah, they're down to like what they were previously. That's crazy. It's not a bad stack. If you stack the commons and stuff, you get a couple uncommons. It might take you a bit longer to sell, but you get a couple of those and then you use the rest for the polar bear snow globes. It's not bad. I'm still leaning more towards like storms and stuff, and even Deadpools. At this price point, I'd rather have Deadpool. Like, I know that's 6% more in fees, but I think Deadpool's gonna run harder, higher than snow globes, in my personal opinion. Cool. Thoughts on Pride on secondary? I saw where Coinbase was marketing rewind NFTs, possible exchange for Omi. Possibly. I don't have a huge opinion on, like, I don't spend much time on OpenSea or anything like that, so I don't know how big like the DaVinci Pride stuff is off platform. I heard it's doing well. I couldn't tell you unless I get, again, I need some concrete evidence. Like, I'm not a huge fan of speculating on just like, we'll just load up on DaVinci and little friend silvers and, you know, blacks and golds and all that stuff and list those are going to do the best off platform. Like, I don't know, until we actually get some confirmed sales of it happening. And I mean, you lose a lot of features as well as safety by listing it off platform, so there is that as well. Digital Snipers, Deadpool, Captain America, Storm are really cheap right now, especially Rare Storm. Yeah, I think Rare Storm would be like okay to pick up. When it comes to like the Sue Storm, Fantastic Four, like not the Marvel Mighty's version, like the most recent version of her, that's a dud. Like, I've talked about it. I think on my tier list, I would probably put her at the bottom, right alongside the 007 NFTs. Like, I think those are probably the only two NFTs I'd probably put at the bottom right now. At least for right now. When I do my tier list, I might do it tomorrow and post it for tomorrow. Mike Mueller, I think that's what it is. Earlier today, I noticed the buy button would never switch to sold out after an item was gone, like it was in the past. Does that make sense? Yeah, I just see what you mean. Usually when you click buy, it says sold out and it's done, especially when it comes to blind box collectibles. Yeah, that's unusual. I think there is some issues going on with like the Veve app right now, including the market. Would you sell Todd for two R2D2s? Probably not. I wouldn't. I think Todd is another NFT that could just run really hard. I would keep Todd. Todd is a whole nother thing. Thanks for these market chats. You're the MVP, a big time saver for me, dude. VV3, thank you so much. I owe you a market analysis, especially, and I kind of wish I did one this morning, but and I probably should have, but I will do one tomorrow, talking about the market, because I think I did not expect the market to do this. I thought it would be as usual, but I do think a lot of people are confused what's happening in the market. So I do think people want an explanation, like, why are things still squeezing? My personal opinion is it is a combination of just listings aren't going away. People are still trying to consolidate things, NFTs, to maybe focus in a certain area or buy up what they can. Some people are thinking bots are just trying to cash out right now. So all the stuff they do have, they're just trying to just unload it as fast as they can. And they're crashing the market as well. Another small theory could be Pokemon. Like, people are just, it's 4 months out, not 4 months, 4 weeks out. And people, could be not stocking up on gems necessarily, but just maybe a bit more hesitant to buy. You know when MCP will be implemented? So retroactively, they're already accumulating. You're already accumulating points with your collectibles. So any sets you've completed, any collectibles you've won, all that stuff, comics, all that. I think the only thing that it doesn't retroactively give you are like, as far as I know, are like the daily actions of like liking this, commenting that. As far as I know, I could be wrong, but when it's going to be implemented, I don't know. Hashtag soon. Hashtag soon. I don't know. JL, thank you so much. Finally, don't know button. Cool Mo. Fun. Wow, got me thinking. I have a Todd. Yeah. Weintraub, really like the live streams, bro. Videos are cool, but this format is super chill. You're killing it. Thank you so much. Yo, R2D2 or 2L says? 2L says, I would say. Matt Mars. Yeah, I don't mean to like just brush over your guys' questions, but I'm trying to catch up with chat. It does seem like I'm catching up ish, so I'm gonna keep doing this. If you feel like I didn't answer your question good enough, you're more than welcome to re-ask here in a bit, because I should be caught up with chat. Pixel Trader, congrats, bro. Best Veve live streamer and market analysis. Really helping the Veve community make money. Yeah, I like being able to actually give people tips on how to make money in the secondary market. Obviously, I'm getting affected by this too. It's not like you're the only one that's getting affected by this gem squeeze. Market is just going down, so you're not alone. Like, it's happening to everybody. Everyone's panicking. You know, some more than others, but I have very firm belief when you hold things like DC, Marvel, and Disney, like, I'm not panicking. Now, if I had Kripkins or some other decon stuff or whatever, not to crap on Kripkins, like, one of these days, like, maybe we'll do a Kripkins only portfolio. Probably not, but, you know, I'll have to ask people what they want to do for the for like a donation thing or whatever, because I want to do something cool and unique. Maybe we'll have a separate portfolio where, you know, any donations that go in there will go towards the second account, where it's like a community made account where the decisions are made by the community. I will give them options on what to buy, what they should buy, but it's like, it's all going to be done in the community, right? So as people make donations, obviously we can make more money and do that stuff. Maybe we'll give away some NFTs here and there because it's all donations, but yeah, we'll think of something based on like what we do. I think that'd be kind of fun. Obviously, it's more work for me because I gotta kind of keep all that in check and stuff like that. But it sounds like fun. Let's see. Do you still own your Disney pictures? Yes, I'm not selling those anytime soon. I will admit, like, I have the set. A day could come where I could sell. If I did sell them, I would sell the bottom 4. So Mickey, Minnie, I was gonna say Daffy, Donald, and Daisy. If I did have to sell them, I would try my absolute best not to sell Pluto and Goofy. Yeah, I would do my absolute best not to sell those because I do think those will be worth a lot in the future. I mean, they all will, but you know, I completed this set. I got the MCP points, like, that's cool. I'm accumulating points as I have the set, which is cool. So yeah. JDR, gosh, there's a blowout sale in the market right now. I scooped up Spider-Man, Marvel Mighties. Dude, that's, yeah. I wish I waited. Again, I didn't foresee a market glitch that would cause the price of everything to go down by an additional 20%. I didn't foresee that, so I thought I bought a pretty good position. Yeah, I'm just like everyone else. I think a lot of people, they feel like they bought too high. You bought at the, in my opinion, the market correct price, but just because of a market glitch, things are still dipping. So if you got some extra gems that you're willing to spend or that you were going to invest anyway, today's not a bad day. Pixel Trader Alfred Alcon just tweeted that big things are coming soon, like right now. Like today? Because it seems a bit strange for him to tweet that. I wouldn't say strange, but that's the guy that's like, he made a Twitter account. I mean, he made a Twitter account like what, 2 weeks ago or something like that? The heck is this? Ridiculous. Someone like, oh gosh, I have to show you guys. This is just like too funny. Let me pull up the, is this still going? I gotta reopen this. It's unfortunate. Come on, help me out here. Okay. Ooh, that's bright. Oh, okay. Well, I'm still gonna show it to you guys, so. Prepare your eyes. I apologize. I guess my phone doesn't have dark mode on this or whatever. It just says, so Alfred Kahn, what he said was, Happy Lunar New Year, everyone, to all those who celebrate, to another year of continued success and growth for ecomi family. Big things are in store for you all. I think that's, I think he said that in his last tweet, like big things are coming, big things are coming. I don't think it means necessarily Pokemon, but if we look down here, people are like, Lego confirm. I just thought like this tweet is just hilarious. It's like, you're really reaching here, you're just spelling Pokemon with just random things. That's his tweet. I don't know why, I just thought that was funny. Like, it's like, wow, you're really reaching there for Pokemon, aren't you? Meet Angel, I've been sniping for good numbers and some of the prices won't allow you to purchase. I was wondering why the NFTs okay, so that's what's going on. So there's no like weird duplication going on. If it won't let you buy, it's just because it won't let you buy. So that's why people are still like undercutting the market. But Choo Choo, yes, just hodl. Hodl, hodl, hodl. Wait this out. Once they fix it, ecomi.wiki is gonna say like, once the market is fixed, like all those listings are just gonna disappear. And it's gonna fly up, and who knows, maybe there could be a reversal, a high rubber banding effect of like, oh my gosh, this thing, they're gonna go on ecomi wiki or they're gonna look on the market like, oh my gosh, black cats were 100 yesterday, now they're 210. How'd they double in price? Buy all the black cats. Like, you know, I think there's gonna be a reversal effect of this. Who knows? But not entirely certain. Andrew K split the video into parts. That's probably smart. Maybe I'll have like a part 1 or part 2 because I do want to go in depth with some of the categories when I do my tier list, and with 42 of them, like some of them I could sum up in legitimately 5 to 10 seconds. Like it'd be like, this one's not that good. There's other ones that are better, you know, okay, I'm gonna put this in the lowest tier. But yeah, that's a good call. Maybe I'll do a part 1, part 2, really milk the YouTube videos as much as I can, and all that fun stuff. So we'll see. Cool Mo, you made a video this afternoon. You make a video this afternoon. It can be outdated by the time I watch it right now. I love the live stream. Very true. Just the NFT space moves so fast that it's hard to tell. And that's actually why some people like Veve 3 and other people like having market updates in the morning, because I mean, at least if you can catch it in the morning, I don't want to do it on a daily basis because that's a lot of videos, and I admit, as easy as the content is, where I just show the top gainers, the top losers, I think it would probably be more valuable for some people that it's something to watch while the market is closed during a drop. So think about releasing market update video on drop day, releasing it 15 minutes before the market closes, maybe half an hour, so people know what the prices are of things before the market closed. I think that'd probably be like the best way to go about it, but we'll see. We'll see. Empty. So hodl, yeah. Finally, I collect my stamps today. Nice, Meet Angel. Congrats on collecting the stamps. Tomer BB, do you think that a new Spider-Man will go to 200 in the next few days? Yes. As long as they fix the market, whatever the heck is going on with it, it will get back up to 200. Norman, the real one. Yo, what's up? I don't know what this squeeze keeps going. I thought I timed the market well. We all did, and we did. So Norman, you know, I don't know how much you bought stuff at, but like, if you feel like you did well in the market, you really did. But just because there's an error on the market and like listings aren't being removed, people think that is the floor. And I'll be honest, like if I'm a seller and I look at Green Goblin and I check and it says 730, and I check back an hour later, it says 710, and I'm like, why is this not moving? Why is it not going up? And like, all right, I might as well sell it. I want it on drop, or I'm just trying to liquidate it to buy something else, or I'm just panic selling. You know, I listed for 710 as well. Like, it's happening. So people are just undercutting because the price, or like the market is just, it's just not updated. It's just not updating or removing. Torn BB 140 now. Think I should get a few and flip in a few days. Spider-Man's? Oh yeah. That was a good buying point. It's way cheap, so yeah. If you feel like the market's gonna go up, I do personally. Again, not financial advice. I can't tell the future. I did not foresee this. I can't tell, so. Safa Tracos. I'm so broke, knees weak, arms are heavy, vomit on a sweater already. Broke? True. Gotta get some spaghetti. Alvin Savin. Joker 1500. Gotta go for that. It's a good buy. You know, it sucks that, I mean, he went to 1.2 for not that long, a few days ago, but he kind of hung around high 1.3, 1.4. He's hung around there. I think 1.5 is still a pretty good deal. Maverick just kind of accidentally bought a Catwoman 2044 for 320, just seeing if it would work. Not mad about the purchase. Yeah, sometimes you got to do it just for science. Just for science. I respect that, sir. I could see Black Cat getting up to that point again, but like you said, it's a low mint. It's fun. Dion Joker holding steady. I bought him at 1.3. Good buy. Yes, in my honest opinion. Yes, that is a very good buy at 1.3. If it's at 1.2, you should be scrambling to buy that, in my opinion. Common Deadpool, good investment. Yes, I like Common Deadpool. I think he's probably one of the better commons to invest in. Now, it's arguable if it's better to get 2 Storms instead of 1 Deadpool. It could be a bit more work, but I still think Common Deadpool will be easier to get rid of. Market is making me scared. Wish I could buy a pair of Supermans and a couple golden moments though. Yeah, where's Superman at? Is he sub 5K? Come on, Superman. How are golden moments holding their value better than Superman? This is why I'm even like considering, I'm like, dude, is Superman a grail or is he just like a top tier NFT? I still think he's a grail, but he is the most like, I hate using this term, but like the most like paper hand grail, like of all the grails, I swear. Like, I will admit, Steamboat Willie went down to like 7.7 not too long ago. I'm like, dude, come on. But I mean, if the market is showing one thing, like if something is going to cause a weird crash like this, it is going to be literally a glitch on the market where it's just like not removing listings. That is super weird. But Superman for 4.5K or, you know, 4 3/4, that's solid. Greg Salazar, first time here. I can't believe I've never been here before. Greg, nice. Thanks for stopping by. My stream schedule is ridiculously inconsistent. My video times are ridiculously inconsistent. I need to come up with a schedule, but I don't know. Not that I'm lazy, but I probably should take this more seriously if I want to do this full time, which I do. Like, don't get me wrong, I do want to do it. I have a lot of ideas for the channel, but ideas aren't what's going to cut it at the end of the day, right? It's how well you can execute it. So, Lenny1323 TV, but thanks for stopping by, Lenny. As well as Greg. I copped 2 Spider-Mans yesterday for around 200 each, but then I think they really pop off in the near future. They will, Lenny. The only reason why the market is being so weird, again, is because I think there is an issue with the market. Listings aren't being removed, so new sellers that are jumping on and they're saying that, oh my god, Superman's at 4.7, that's ridiculous, I should sell mine. Or I've been trying to get rid of this for a while, I don't see the end coming, this is the end of Veve, oh my god, like whatever's going on, right? And it's also weird too that the listings are just still going up and up and up and up, and I'm like, there's no new listings getting removed. So Greg Salazar, I sold my Goblin for 1.1, got a Minnie Mouse and some Devil Bunny. Bad move or what? Minnie is good. Not sure about the Devil Bunnies, but at least you got a mini out of it. You sold Goblin at his peak, like that's even with the Devil Bunny, I do think there's room for profit. If you bought it like today, everything is down, so honestly, it honestly doesn't matter what you bought, you would have made profit. So I probably would have done something other than the bunny. Not a huge fan of like the decon stuff, or I think that's Ron English that does that stuff. Is it Ron English or is it Jermaine Rogers? Yeah, I don't even remember who does the OG Devil Buddies. But if you bought it during this squeeze, like let's see the let's check out the Devil Bunnies really quick. Hello? Come on, work with me. Don't know how much the Devil Bunnies are down right now. Oof. This just feels so like artificial, or like this might have been during like some sort of what MTL announcement or something like that, but I don't know. This just like does not look great. Yeah, let me look at the other one. Like, don't worry. Like, the prices will go back up, but it's gonna be a while in my opinion before it hits like 180 again. So if you're expecting that, maybe not so much. This one's not terrible. Maybe just because it's like the ultra rare. But again, like I do think some of these will do very well off platform, but until we get some sales and some actual action happening on Immutable X, like I'm not a huge fan of these. Overall, I do like some of the candles up here. Like it's hitting some of these highs like pretty consistently. So, you know, if I had to pick one, I would pick the ultra rare of all these, at least just based on what the market is showing me. Also, like the mints are so few that it's kind of hard to tell. Like it swings a lot. Like part of me is like, ooh, like listings are kind of going up and to the right, but then again, it's like just like 4 listings makes it look like, oh, it's flying up, but it's not. So sometimes these low mint things are pretty hard to judge because there's just like not enough A, activity, and B, like any like 6 new listings makes it look like people are just taking profit, which is probably true, but some of these ones are just hard to tell. But yeah, so I am obviously you didn't get this one because this is more than the Green Goblin itself, but if you stacked black OG double bunnies, like in my opinion, I think Storms, uncommon snow globes might have been better. Maybe getting Deadpools. Hell, like even some of the freaking Batmans are like, we're talking in low 200s, like Darwin Cook, as well as like the FA Joker, like you can even start stacking those. Like those are, I don't know how many gems you had left over, but it's like this is 239, this Robin's 218. So maybe instead of buying 4 of the bunnies, you buy 2 of these, and then you sell these off. So it's hard to tell, but I don't know how much you had left. Alex, I think if there was one film that incorporated NFTs in its film, it would be Deadpool. Probably, that'd be kind of cool. I could see that. Deadpool already does a lot of like fourth wall breaking, so why not pull in NFTs, right? D-Free? Yeah, D-Free. What's the best purchase for under 100 gems while the gem squeeze is going on? If you only have 100 gems, I've talked to everyone about this, just save it for drops, but let's assume you have 50 to 100 gems aside from that, and you're playing drops. For under 100 gems, I know I've said this 100 times, but Storm, I don't think the Coca-Cola uncommon is like terrible. Where's the Deadpool uncommon? I don't think it's below 100, is it? Wow, it is. Deadpool uncommon is good. Trying to think of like what else. I'm trying to think. Like usually I don't recommend things that aren't that like. I'm kind of curious more than anything, like where my vault value is not accurate, by the way, guys. So I haven't updated it in a month, and I've made a lot of moves since then. I've kind of honestly given up updating the vault. Like it's just kind of more of a pain than anything. You could do like DeLorean if you like, for whatever reason, you're really gun-ho about like not having an 8.5% fee. You do like DeLorean or Ecto 1, that's like right at 100. But in my honest opinion, like I think Storm is still 20 gems cheaper, would do better than DeLorean. Ecto 1, like I used to be pretty bullish on these, but these have just not moved that much. But in my honest opinion, like I still think even with the 8.5% fee, uncommon Deadpool, uncommon Snow Globe, Storm, hell, even the new Spider-Man ones, I still think if you only have 100, Ghost Spider or Black Cat are both pretty solid. Where is she? She's not there, but Black Cat was around here. Help me out. Black Cat. I think those are all pretty good, especially, you know, Black Cat's pretty new. I know she's not as like recognized as some of the other heroes, but people that know Spider-Man, that have watched the cartoons, played the video games, know the comics, Black Cat plays a pretty significant role. Let's see here. Ward Chandler, thanks for your insight. Dude, thank you so much. I don't know if I've answered your question yet, but I appreciate you with the $5 super chat. I want to do something cool. I feel so bad that it's like my first day of doing the super chat thing and everyone's donoing me and there's like not anything cool going on. Like no light up feature, no cool thing, or I don't know. I would love to have a feature where like if you donate, like lights change in the background or something crazy, but I don't know. I'll have to figure something out. But thank you so much, you guys. This honestly means a lot, and like honestly, if the donations stay similar to this, like I'm not totally not expecting, like this kind of just blew my mind, but like if the donations keep, you know, on like this, and I can keep doing this, plus like the ad revenue I get from YouTube, like I could, you know, I've learned to like live below my means, let's say, and I would love to do this like full time and help you guys out and do some fun stuff. I think that'd be really awesome. Like it's everything's just happening so fast, but it's exciting. Almost sounds like NFTs and ecomi and Veve. It's like, what? How am I getting all this money? Like, this is great, and the people are cool, and yeah. Anyway, I'll catch up with chat. But thank you so much again to everyone that's donated so far. Oof, I need to catch up with chat. I'm so sorry for you guys that have been waiting for a while. So I'm gonna double time it. If I like glaze over your question, it's not because I'm trying to be rude, but best purchase. So D-Free, I hope that helps. I gave you probably like 6 or 7 suggestions. All of them are solid. I'd probably recommend the DeLorean and Ecto one the least, but if you're just like, I hate the 8.5% fee more than, I don't know, whatever you hate, then yeah, I guess go with those. But in my personal opinion, you can't go wrong with the DC and Marvel stuff I recommended. Thoughts on Ben Riley? Uncommon, ridiculously underpriced. Abhi S. Palm. I didn't experience any glitches today, but continuously got undercutted multiple times trying to sell some items, so I gave up. I was trying to consolidate a couple items for a blue chip. Everything is down on the market right now, and I think people are undercutting you because the market, there's like nothing is getting removed on the market when people buy stuff. So, Meat Angel, Andrew, Jank, okay, and the Doge Millionaire. We're talking about Veve today. That is a good free advertising. Very true. Yeah, I need to check that out. I know Slum Doge Millionaire was gonna get involved with a project or something like that. So, or Veve or something. So that's great. More people on the app, the better. It's gonna suck for drops, but the more money we have entering the app, if you've been hodling, your items are gonna go up. So let's give it enough time. Out of the Marvel Mighty Spider-Man, which ones would be good to stack? Spider-Man or maybe Ghost Spider, but I would still say Spider-Man. You know, if you have a ton of gems, because you could stack Green Goblins or something, but even then, just Spider-Man. That's the most popular one. That's the one most people want to be. I think they're, you know, if you had a stack, I would do like 80-20. Have 80% of your stack be Spider-Mans and maybe 20% be like Ghost Spiders. Tweezy, I think Devil Bunny, definitely a cop, since they will probably be the first one sold out on, will be sold out on Veve, potentially. Thanks for these market updates. VVN3, thank you. LMB Bats. Just got just over 120 gems. Trying my hardest not to buy more NFTs for the drop tomorrow. Yeah, just chill. Even if they do fix the market thing, it could happen. I mean, there's a small chance that they could fix the market tonight, and then tomorrow morning they're like, all right, market is fixed. Update your app, and then everything should be solid. Everyone updates their app, and like Black Cat's now up to like 210 because all the market listings are the walls. Or we start seeing things where like Black Cat, there's like 100. There's like 100, 110, and then it goes like 150, 170, 180, 200, 250. Like it starts, the wall is just super thin. So I could see that happening too as well, because there's just market listings that aren't being removed right now. Praise and Worship, would you sell Avengers logo for 2 Batman Croc statues? I do think Avengers logo is the like lowest tier one. That's tough. I don't even think the math works out, because if you sell that, I don't think you can afford, instead of 2 Batman Croc statues, or at least maybe exchange one, it feels really bad if you don't at the very least, because okay, let me look at the battle statue. in my honest opinion, the Batman versus Killer Croc statue is a bit. It's good. Don't get me wrong, but like I would put a Batman versus Killer Croc like high B tier for right now until it proves it can do some movement. Holy. Sorry, I'll get back to your question. Oh my god, jail. This is towards quitting your job fund to do full time. By the way, it's pronounced Jail. Jail. Thank you so much. Is it Jail? Oh my god. This is why I like Jail. I'm gonna say Jail. I think I say Jaleel because there was a guy on my team, or Jail or whatever. There's a guy on my team. His name was Jaleel. But Jael, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Back to your question. Honestly, instead of battle statue, like battle statue peaked at 1700 for 4 minutes during market craziness. In my opinion, I'd rather get a common Spider-Man, which is again the biggest name IP on the platform. It's the most successful superhero on the platform. You could argue Batman, but I think Batman's just more of a thing of just being first, not, that. This thing is done very, very well. Maybe even get, if you want, Zombie Hunter Ultra Rare, Spider-Man, Mickey, Steamboat Willie. If you can get the uncommon has peaked at 1800 prior. And I think has been doing a pretty good job consolidating recently, like even John T. Jig. So at the very least, praise and worship. In my honest opinion, I would get one of the two I suggested. But if you're really sold on the Batman versus Killer Croc thing, buy one of those and then get one of these. That's my take on it. Like, I'm very bullish on Steamboat Willie and Spider-Man. God, where's some other ones that are going for like 1,000 now? There's so many things. I like I said, I haven't spent that much time on the market recently, and like prices have been going down. So I think I do need to comb through some of the NFTs I do like. Or you can even stack some of the cards. Like that's even an option too. Like it's crazy. I'm just not bullish on Batman versus Killer Croc. But then again, it could just be a victim of just a lot of announcements shortly after it showed up, and people were kind of like on the fence about it. It's up to you, but praise and worship. I hope that helps. Mutable X Batman statue, a good buy. Yes and no. Like I don't think you can go wrong with it. Like if you buy it, it's not like a mistake by any means. Like it will do well. It's a battle statue. It's a FA of Killer Croc. I don't think most people care about. Some people emphasize it's the first Batman in color. Okay. I don't think people are gonna jump on the app hoping like, hey, I'm finding Batman, but I'm trying to find a Batman like in color. Like that's really what I'm trying to find right now. I know it has some significance, but it's not a bad buy by any means. If you love Batman and that's what you want to get, go ahead. I would even argue, like, are there any black and white series Batmans around a K that are just like actually have a track record of like doing well? Like instead of just speculating on the Killer Croc statue, and buying two of those, like Becky Cloonan, like probably the third best Batman other than Rizzo and Todd. Let's see here. What else is there? You can get like Joe Mad plus a common Steamboat Willie or an FA Harley. Like I don't know how much you like DC over some of the other ones. Dick Sprang, Amanda Connor. So yeah, like there's other Batmans that I just think have at least a track record of doing well. Like it might cost you, a couple hundred extra gems. But again, you said Avengers logo, right? So I don't know where Batman vs. Killer Croc is right now. But I mean, like, Becky Cloonan's peaked at 3,600. She's done pretty well for herself, or just the Batman. All right, let's pick it up. Katsumachu, hi, been loving your content. Keep up the great work. Do you think the price drops have any link with how the crypto market is right now? I know Bitcoin was up, Veve NFTs were booming. Yes and no. I think it's mostly that there's just an error on the market where people's listings are not getting removed, so it's creating false sell walls, and when people are trying to sell it, or if they're not paying super close attention to Veve announcements, or just noticing that the market's not moving at all, people just undercut and prices just go down and down and down. So price of Todd by Christmas 22. There's 1,000,001 catalysts that do it, but I don't know. 60K, 80K, I don't know, something like that. Walt C. Tweezy, I can't panic. Veve is straight profit. You have to try hard to lose money on Veve. Very true. You have to be very skittish with holding your NFTs to do it. Like, you would have to literally buy at the highest high every time and sell at the lowest low, and like you basically have to buy and sell at the worst times every time. But that is true. You know, you're never at a loss until you sell, right? So, and so far I've yet to hear someone complain that like, damn, I hodled this NFT too long. I've yet to hear that. Maybe there's a small spike where I could have sold this. Like, the only thing I can maybe think of is like, oh, Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie peaked at 6K during the 12 days of Veve-ish, and like Todd was at 3.7. I could have sold an Ultra Rare for Todd, and you know, have some like, but stuff like that, like you just can't time. You just don't even know what the market's going to do, right? You can't foretell that like, well, I'm going to do this because I think Todd is going to go up to, I think Todd is going to do a 4x in 2 weeks. Like, no one thought that. Like, no one thought that. Price of Secret Rare Goofy end of year. It's, I mean, that thing's been out for less than 4 days, right? 5 days, so it's hard to tell. 30K. I couldn't tell you. Falanini, I'm about to go on a common comic buying spree. What should I stack? ASM1, ASM Green Goblin, Journey into Mystery? What do you think? I think you already know the answer to that question. I'm not a big comic person. I don't know a lot about the comics, but like, you can't go wrong with the most top tier ones, right? Is there a small chance that there's a B ranking NFT that if you stack a bit more, you might get more, like, potentially? But it does seem like a lot of people are saying that the Deadpool first appearance one, a lot of people are sleeping on. So I think that one, what is that one called? New Mutants. A lot of people are sleeping on New Mutants. That's what I've heard. But I, at the very least, I guess pick up one of those, and then, I mean, you know what to buy. Amazing Spider-Man #1, you know, get what you can afford. So Adam Gonzalez, I'm panic selling. I'm panic selling. Bot accounts are selling, not a glitch. I think it's a combination of both. Some people have said that when they try to buy something and there's just an error and it's not removing the listing. So I think it's a combination of the market's having a weird moment right now, but also that could be that bots are just trying to cash out right now. Yeah. Hold on. All right, I'm alive. Julie T just bought a Wally. Is Golden Moment skateboard good? Wait, what? I just bought a Wally. That's great. Golden Moment skateboard good. Yes, it's still a Golden Moment at the end of the day. I would probably rate it towards the bottom with like the Avengers logo, in my honest opinion. Is there another one that's like a similar price that I think might do a bit better? Again, I think all the Golden Moments will go up in price. They'll all do well, but I think the ones that are going to do like the best. So skateboard's what, 1,500? Sir. And honestly, there's no issue with like doubling up on Wallies either. Like, I know it's not fun or whatever. Like, I'm not sure if you're trying to collect or get profit or whatever. In my honest opinion, I do think Wally will do better than skateboard. I know it has less mints and all that stuff, but like, if you could, so Avengers logo and Iron Man came out at the same time. They're part of a pairing, right? As far as I know, every one of the Golden Moments except for Walt came in a pair. So R2 and C3PO, the logo and Iron Man, Wally and Truck, Elsa and the hat, Homer and skateboard. Even though Avengers logo is half the mints of Iron Man, it doesn't matter. I am a firm believer in people and characters. I know Randy Chavez really pushed this, and I kind of take it to heart. People want characters and people, you know, rather than things, you know, posters, signs, statues, things like that. I think people want to invest more in, you know, I still think Golden Moments are still a good investment. I think he might have changed his mind. I think he kind of still viewed like Golden Moments as statues, which they kind of are, but I think people want to invest, or people like, you know, people, the Batman and all that stuff. People don't want to buy people want to get Batman, not the Batman grapple gun or the, you know, whatever else, like utility belt. Like people want to buy, you know, people like Batman, not, you know, the gadgets are cool. Like, don't get me wrong, but I hope that makes that clear. So if you have to, I think Wally could run a bit more, in my personal opinion, even though it has more mints. But as you can see here, even though Avengers logo is half the mints of Iron Man's still a higher price because it's Iron Man. People like Iron Man more than the Avengers logo. And it's FA Iron Man, you know, FA Avengers logo, like cool, I guess. But they're going to come out with more Iron Mans rather than more Avengers logos. At least I would hope so. Bodyguns, okay. Ward Chandler. Marvel tweeted about the Mighty's drop, 13.5 million followers, and still the market makes no sense. Again, I've said this before. I think there's issues with the market right now. Listings aren't getting removed. Bots could be potentially just mass cashing out so they can get off the app. Like, who knows? Thunder King, why are you saying the market is glitchy? Any facts? Someone I thought mentioned, let me see. I think there was just a mention in the Discord that, let's see here. User fee, drop info, announcement. Huh, maybe not. Let me see. I could have sworn they had like a tweet or something that kind of announced like, hey, we're having some market issues. We're looking to fix it. Is it on their Twitter? Give me a sec here. Migration update. That's it. Huh. Maybe not. I thought someone linked something about like market issues or something. Maybe not. Some people were claiming that they were having issues buying stuff off the market, and it looked like someone did like a copy paste off a thing, but maybe, yeah, I should have actually checked the source because someone did like a copy paste post that looked like it came from either a moderator or someone from Veve saying like, hey, we're aware of the issues happening in the marketplace. We're looking to resolve this in the near future. Please, you know, be patient, whatever. I would like to think that if there was an issue that massive, they would just shut off the market. I would like to think so. So maybe there isn't an actual issue. Maybe it's people's personal devices or something. Let me check the market. Because if like listings aren't being removed, that is a thing that would like, that should shut off the market, right? Tweeted. Logan, market squeeze is scary. When the market drops, it's not the time to sell unless you want to lose money. Exactly. George, I picked up a Mickey card serial 3433. It belongs to Mickey Italian Comic Edition. I'm sitting on something special. Thank you. I didn't know that. You have to find an Italian that collects Mickey, someone that collects Italian Mickey comics, and I'm sure they'll pay a premium for that. I mean, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that was like a thing. Cool Mo, yeah. I changed my sleeping patterns to get up at 5:30 a.m. Eastern to see what's happening while I was asleep, to get some EU videos. Nice. Good call. Mephisto NFT. Do you have an exit plan? Like when to sell your personal grails? Not yet. And plus it's, who knows? I think some people were thinking like, all right, cool. Hey, if Todd hits 10K, I'm done. And then like Todd runs to 14. You're like, well, I need to change my strategy again. Like things change, right? So Vivian3, thank you so much for the $1. You said 100. Thank you so much. And I saw the other super chat. Definitely considering a market ticker overlay with a top 100 to watch hot list items. Great for those of us popping in and out. Great stream. Thank you. Yes, I would. Yeah, I get all the time. What's undervalued right now? What's the best NFTs for under 1,000 gems? You know, what's I don't know. Price predictions. I used to like price predictions, but I'm not saying I loathe them or anything like that. But like, if someone that actually studies the market, I'm saying like when market does stuff like this, you know, and today, how can you even remotely predict the price of something a year from now? There's no way. It's either going to be way higher than you thought. Like if someone said 3.5, 4 months ago, they're like, oh yeah, Todd will be 14K in 2 months. I know it's at 1.8 right now, but it'll be 14K in 2 months. Just watch. Everyone would have thought he's crazy, but it's the NFT market. There's more people coming in. There's more gems coming in. We have yet to see celebrities and very specific collectors for niche groups like Disney and Marvel and stamps and stuff like that. We have yet to have those people come in the market. So there's a lot of catalysts that can make the prices just completely skyrocket. Or if Veve keeps on just slam dunking big name IPs and big collectibles, like if they just do that week over week over week, it's like we want to get any breathing room. You know, if, like I said before, if March is anime month, that whole month is shut down. Like if they just release a bunch of like Naruto and Dragon Ball Z and like One Punch Man and all that, like do you think the market's going anywhere? Like it's just gonna stay squeezed like all month. Like certain things might move around, or people that just don't care about anime like might do whatever, but it's like it's just shut down. Like nothing's gonna happen. You know, there'll be some moves to be had on the market to buy, right? But there's no way to tell what the market's gonna do months and months from now, let alone a year. So like if we can't even predict what's gonna happen next week, how can we predict what's gonna happen a year from now? So again, I don't mind taking price predictions, but I think it's silly that people even have a glimpse of a knowledge of what's gonna happen with an NFT a year from now. But VVM3, thanks for the $1 and thanks for the donation, my man. I do like the idea of having a ticker. Now that I'm actually, I don't want to say taking money, but now that I'm actually accepting donations, I feel like I do need to offer more now. And I do think a ticker or something like that. I have to probably change. I'll probably have to come up with an actual overlay instead of just the screen. I'll have to think of something. Sleep pattern, okay, Mephisto. Got walloped by Goblin. Yeah, dude, same here. I got my Goblin. I thought at the low price of 870, but trust me, there was at least a handful of times where I thought about pulling the trigger at like 1.1K, 1K. I'm glad I didn't. It was like the last NFT I bought of the series, which is good, but even then, I mean, I bought my 2099 at 2.3K, which I thought was low, and he's like running at 18 now. I'm like, wow, I overspent by 500 gems, but it'll recover. I'm not concerned at all whatsoever. Joe Lingarf, I've been liquid 900 gems. What's the best pickup? I would say common Spider-Man. I would say Steamboat Willie common, Spider-Man common. If you're looking just for like one NFT, it's the best pickup. And I'm assuming singular because you didn't say pickups or what are the best NFTs to get. So I'm assuming you kind of want to get one and maybe sit on it for a while. Yeah, common Spider-Man is like literally right at 900 gems. Steamboat Willie, Mickey is great. I think Wonder Woman is there too, but I think both the ones I initially suggested are going to do a bit better. Yeah, common Steamboat's at 800, which is, he's gone up finally. What else? I'm not sure like if you want something DC related. There's not much like in the 800 range for DC, but let me look at my little list here. Like, I don't know if you want to do stacking necessarily. Let's see where Harley Quinn's at. I feel like she's at like low 700s right now, like FA Harley. But it's hard to suggest FA Harley when you just pay an extra 70 gems and you can get a Steamboat Willie. It's hard to suggest that. I mean, you have to get a Harley plus some other stuff, right? I'm sure there's some other better ones that I'm just like completely overlooking. I'm trying to see like what else. FA Joker. Yeah, those are the ones I'd probably give. Also, if you like Deadpool a lot, I'd say uncommon. Ultra rare Deadpool. Ultra rare Deadpool is pretty good for the price point. You get that like alongside a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, or you can stack more Deadpool if you want, like the common stuff. So those are all very good. I do think, I mean, Deadpool has had the Ultra has had a high of like 1,000 at one point, so I do think that's very solid. So any combination of those, like even if you get any kind of like black and white series Batmans, like you'll be good. And that was like an amazing time to buy. I cannot, over the last few months, I can't think of like a better time to buy than right now. Applied pressure. That was a really weird way to spell it. I was like trying to read it. Really, you're saying market is in a glitch? That's what I've heard. I can't confirm it. I could have sworn someone like copy and pasted a Veve message, but I could be wrong. It was a cat woman, not a black cat. No, I'm talking about the black cat, but cat woman. See where she's at, actually. I'm kind of curious. Where is she? Just type in a woman. Catwoman. Oh, it's all one word. Duh. Catwoman's actually not a terrible pickup either. I still like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man more. He's cheaper and he's. I'm pretty sure he's done better than Catwoman. At least during like the peaks and stuff. Hernan Gonzalez, I got a Spider-Man 2099 yesterday. Should I just hold it until it starts pumping again? I'm not sure about Marvel Bites. Yes, just hold it. Just hold it. It'll be fine. Yeah, I would still pick Zombie Hunter Spider-Man over this. I mean, it's close. I mean, they both peaked around the same amount, but like, I think Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, it's like 50 gems, 60 gems cheaper than this. I mean, you could pick up another NFT for that amount, or at least like play a drop. Stop, there is no glitch. Okay. I don't know. That's kind of what I've heard. Some people have been saying it. I haven't tried to buy anything. Right. Shakespeare III, I'm thinking about selling F.A. Harley and Homer and Bart for many. F.A. Harley. Okay. F.A. Harley and Homer and Bart for mini Daisy Pluto once they hit a certain peak. Thoughts? That's a lot of moves to make. I don't mind it though. It's actually pretty decent. Instead of Daisy, unless you already have like a Mickey or something. Where's Daisy at? Let me look at the Mickey and Friends thing. Daisy's at 440. Oh, okay, she's undervalued, but I think she's actually gonna be there. I don't see her being much higher than Mickey or than Minnie, to be honest. Mickey's significantly higher than Minnie. Maybe I was wrong. I think more people do want Mickey. I could see why you went for both of these. Honestly, I would say instead of buying Minnie and Daisy, just get a Donald and maybe spend the rest of the gems on stacking something else. So I don't think it's terrible. But let's say, so F.A. Harley and Homer and Bart for Donald Duck, Pluto. Yeah, I don't know. And he said once they hit a certain peak, timing is tough. Because you're talking like 5 different NFTs and you're trying to time the market for like all 5 at the same time. That's tough. I don't know. Those are the 2 you have are really solid, and I think trying to make a play for the cards it's not a bad idea. Like if you're gonna make a move, I would make it soon while a lot of things are down. I don't know how far Homer and Bart is. I know Harley is not up a lot right now, but neither are the cards. Yeah, that's a tough call. I wish I had like a clear-cut answer, but that's a lot of things to move. I might have to think about that one. Barry did an oopsie. Do you think Spider-Man Marvel Mighty will be more or less valuable than Zombie Hunter Spider-Man? I think it'll be less. That's why, like on my price prediction thing, I know some people thought it was ridiculously high, but I thought the Spider-Man Marvel Mighty would land around 350. After market, it might have been take a day or two after the market, but that was because I thought the market would rebound. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man would probably push himself back up to like 450. Spider-Man, the newest Spider-Man, probably be 350. Like I do think The Marvel Mighty will probably be the cheapest, but not by much. And I thought Zombie Hunter Spider-Man would make moves, but yeah, the market seems to be in a little bit of a holding pattern right now for reasons not 100% clear across the board. Pepperino is not a unicorn. I'm wondering why. Oh, because it has 2 horns, right? I think that's it. Meat Angel, thought that was kind of funny. So I think that's what Veve Vault said. He's like, I'm buying the Pepperinos because it's not technically a unicorn. It has 2 horns or something, which is kind of funny. Word channel listings are not growing. Something else is going on. Mighty Spidey has been around 900 to 1,000 listings all day. Yeah, that's what I heard. I don't know. That's why I'm not, you know, just going based on what I heard. I'm kind of going by what the masses are saying for the most part. But again, I'm still kind of, and maybe Veve hasn't acknowledged it at all whatsoever. Could people be selling gems in anticipation for of cash out coming? Possibly, but I think MTL's been delayed even more, right? As far as I know, like MTL's been delayed quite a bit. Not even just since like 6 months they've been delayed, but maybe the exchanging of NFTs and moving accounts, I think in some countries is like, it's very difficult to overcome. I'm not entirely sure, but Logan, do you think there could be some kind of market manipulation to get people to sell off their high value collectibles? I wonder if there's an algorithm that doesn't show a listing to everyone. I'm not sure. It's so much speculation. Like I wish I knew. Oof. All right, let's get going. Memory by comics. I agree. If I knew more about comics, I would tell you guys which specific ones to get, but I don't know which one's going to give you the best margin, in my opinion. TC Business Dragon Girl comment undervalued. I think it's one of the most detailed statues on Veve. Yes, but I mean, how much is it? If you're gonna buy one, like now is not the worst time to do it. Dragon Girl is actually probably one of the few non-Disney Marvel NFTs. I'm like, all right, this could go somewhere. Tokidoki's pretty big. You could sell it on Immutable X. It's around 200 gems for, you said a common, right? Undervalued? Maybe? I mean, compared to where its peak was before. I mean, I remember buying these when these were like back here, like 110 and stuff. So, do I think she'll peak at 400 again anytime soon? Probably not. But I think she could make some moves like on Immutable X. It depends on Tokidoki and if they're going to let them be sold off app. Not entirely sure. Well, I agree. It's one of my favorite looking NFTs, but unfortunately, an NFT is going to need more than looks to just sell well, right? Like, even at the end of the day, I'm trying to think of like, would I rather have like a common Deadpool than this? I think the common Deadpool will be more consistent, but I do think the Dragon Girl has like a higher ceiling depending on how things play out. So undervalued, I would say no, but does it have room to grow? Yes, I think similar to Deadpool, common, in my honest opinion. Steve, hey, I'm picking up some undervalued comics. Hope it's worthwhile. It definitely will be. Now, and again, if you buy anything on the app and you're willing to hodl for longer than like 6 months, like it'll, the majority of the time it should go up in value. Like it should be profitable. The only time you should be concerned if something's not going to go up, if you're like, all right, I'm going to buy this and I'm going to flip this within a week or a month. Like I'm scared. Like what's going to happen, right? Josh, under 100 gems, I would try to market snipe, new drops and flips. Yeah. There's not much you can snipe with 100 gems though. Yeah, I guess you could spend all day just hoping people like misprice listings, but there's a lot of other people doing that. Like, I don't know. Like, but there's not much you can snipe with 100 gems. Ronaldo Garcia, Captain America and Spider-Man, Marvel Mighties. Yeah. I would lean more towards the Spider-Man ones. Captain America ones are interesting, but the Spider-Man ones are going to do better, especially since the Spider-Man ones are even remotely the same price as some of the Captain America ones. So I'm just going to type in might. That'll should pull up all the mighties, obviously. Like Spider-Man at 150, Black Cat has actually gone up 8 gems since we last talked. Looks like the floor is moving on Spider-Man. I remember this was at someone was talking earlier about it being at 140, and it's already moved up 15 gems. I mean, the fact that Ghost Spider's at under 100 is pretty crazy too. Yeah, like these are still going down. The Eternals, I'm not very bullish on at all whatsoever. I don't know about the show, but I'm not sure if it did great or not. And then the Captain Americas, I don't know. Gosh, Sam Wilson's dropped a lot. Steve Rogers is down like 50 gems. Sam Wilson's down like 40 gems. I don't remember where John F. Walker was, but I would just go with Spider-Man. Like, I know it seems silly, but like it seems like the Captain America ones are a bit like redundant, but I know they're all unique characters, but yeah. Thunder King, bought what you like. His guess is as good as yours. Yeah. Do you think the Green Goblin is a good buy right now? I think it's a great buy right now, at least if you're suggesting it. Or, I mean, he was at like 730 earlier. It seems like the floor is already moving up on some of this stuff. I think people are realizing either the market listings are finally reflecting what it is, or people are just buying up the floor. Not entirely certain, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great snags to be had on the market. Why do you think Invisible Woman will do poorly? Well, let me just show you the graphs. Why don't I? And I mean, she might just be going through that same phase that Storm went through. But I mean, at least Storm is a double FA. FA X-Men and FA Storm herself. But this Invisible Woman series, at least this one, does. It's not even FA of the Fantastic Four, because that's Marvel minded. It's just she's not even an FA herself. But I mean, just the fact that Invisible Woman's selling below box price should just say it all. But every single graph, the lines are doing nothing but downtrend and to the right. Listings are going up and to the right. You even look at the secret rares. I think it's. I'm trying to think. Is this? I think this is probably, aside comics are its own thing, but I think this is the second cheapest secret rare on the platform, aside from Sharkbite. I could be wrong. I'm sure there's some other like Myrmicorno or Unicorn that might be cheaper than this, but again, you're just seeing it's doing nothing but going down and to the right. There doesn't seem to be any. I know it's only been out. It hasn't even been out for a month. I mean, it's been a little over 2 weeks right now, right? But even then, I think she's going to go through some growing pains. There will be a point where she plateaus and starts going up a bit. I think when they do finally announce either Mr. Fantastic, the Thing, or Fantastic Torch, the Human Torch, she might plateau and get some hype, but I don't know. As much as I hate to say it, she's probably not like the most popular person on the Fantastic Four. Yeah, it's like the commons are basically all hovering around 50 gems, like box price, and that's something I thought would never happen again. But Fantastic Sue Storm managed to pull it off. Like for 50 gems, I would rather just have Groot rather than the common or uncommon. I'd rather have Groot. For 100 gems, I'd rather have Storm. For 300 gems, I'd rather have Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. For 1,000 gems, I'd much rather have literally Zombie Hunter Ultra Rare Spider-Man, or Uncommon Steamboat Willie, or Wonder Woman, or literally any of those other ones that are actually trending up and to the right, or at least plateauing. She's just doing nothing but trending down to the right. So yeah, that's my take on it. Like, you can look at any one of these, they're all just going down to the right. That's just my take on it. So nice crash. So yeah, Wascally Wombat, that's what I'm saying. I would say if you have an Invisible Woman, and I don't say this very often, next time she pumps, I would get rid of her. I'm not usually the person I would say like get rid of this, or if you're holding this, like, oh, get rid of it. Like, you know, hey, give it enough time. Like, I would say Invisible Woman, unless you're planning on hodling her for a very long time. I do think your gems are better off somewhere else than where she's at right now. Like I said, if you're owning a common or uncommon, like, I think you're better off with Groot. Nathaniel Walker, VV Vibes, consider an overlay somewhere that has recommendations on common prices, 2 picks. Yeah, dude, you guys are just, yeah, that's very smart. It's just hard because I would need to come up with a clean overlay. I would have to figure out some other stuff because, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's taking up room, right? Like if I just pulled up Black Cat right now, I could maybe fit some stuff here because I don't think people really look at, I feel like people don't really look at, hello, can I open this? Maybe this little area here. I could also make my camera a little bit smaller too as well. Here on the right side, like maybe I can, I don't think people come here to see my face. You know, maybe this little area right here, right above, like between the picture and the camera. I could like put some stuff there, maybe along the top. I do like the idea that VVN 3 had like a little ticker where like there's saying my suggestions for this or best buys for today as well. Maybe I could also do something up here, because sometimes the charts don't have anything filling up here at the top. So I'll have to figure some stuff out. You guys have given me some like really good ideas and some things to think about as well. I do need to like upgrade my computer and do all that. I think that alongside ecomi wiki does eat up a lot of CPU power and stuff, right? So hey, my vault value's already gone up a bit. Even just since the beginning of the stream, I think it's gone up like 1,000, maybe a little bit more. That's pretty cool. But Nathaniel Walker, that's a good idea. Ward Chandler, Black Cat listings. Right now, 3 bots on the floor. I don't know. What you think? Okay, I was like, what young thing? I'm like, what are you saying? What you think about First Mickey's? About First Mickey's 5. If you're talking about the cards, I think it's great. If you're talking about Steamboat Willie, it's great. If you're talking about Walt, it's great. Any of them, you can't go wrong with Mickey or Disney at all whatsoever. Jael, thank you for the dono. I'm finally caught up with that. And we got another $5 from Patrick Rodriguez. Hey, what's your price predictions for Spider-Man 2099 in a year from now? I don't know if you're trolling me. I appreciate it, and I will entertain this because the $5. Thank you. The fact that the price went up. Okay, I will say this. I think a lot of people are sleeping on the fact that it is the first secret rare of the Marvel Mighty set. It is the second secret rare for any Spider-Man. There's the secret rare Spider-Man, and this is the second secret rare Spider-Man that does exist. So I don't think people are going to focus too much on the fact that it's the second secret rare Spider-Man, but it is something to at least mention. First secret rare Marvel Mighty could be a biggish deal. It's definitely one of the most unique looking Spider-Mans. I do think that is probably the Spider-Man that will be the least likely replicated, like that version. And I as far as I know, I think for a lot of comic book nerds or if people know Spider-Man 2099, that's a pretty big deal. He's probably one of the most powerful Spider-Mans that exists in like the Spideyverse or whatever. I don't remember exactly what he does. I really need to watch a video. I know Comics Explained probably has a video on him, but I could have sworn he has like the vibranium claws. He has like the cape. I don't know if he has like psionic abilities as well as like some like biomechanical enhancements. There's something about him that makes him obviously more unique than our typical Peter Parker. So I mean, with all that being said, and if people are nerdy enough to understand that, you know, cool. If not, then so be it. It is a very low mint. It's less than 2100. It's the lowest mint Marvel Mighty. And I think people are, you know, initially were memeing on Marvel Mighty. So like, oh, it's cartoon characters, who cares? But if there's any kind of gamification that comes along with Marvel Mighties, having a secret rare Spider-Man is going to be a big deal. So a year from now, it's so hard to say. That's the thing. Like we see prices of NFTs go up 150, 200% in a day, 2 days, and it's hard to say that. If I just had to throw a random number out there, like completely in the dark, I would say like 15 to 20K. If I had to completely just throw a number out there in the dark. Is it as high as some people thought? Maybe not. I think some people were like maybe hoping I said like 30 or 40 or something like that, but I think it heavily relies on the gamification with Marvel Mighties and stuff. So that's what I would think. I mean, at the end of the day, all NFTs, and honestly on the platform, as long as you get, you know, the big 3 or anything else, I do think it'll be profitable, but I think it's going to heavily rely on the gamification of the Veveverse and, you know, utility that these Marvel Mighties can bring, in my opinion. But Patrick Rodriguez, thank you for the question. Yeah, like there's 1,000,001 catalysts that could cause it to go down in price. There's 1,000,001 catalysts that can go up in price. So 12 of the listings are bot accounts. I noticed the bug. I tried something that a good buy, but it says it's not available until it shows up when I close it and reopen the app. Interesting. Deadpool common price prediction in a few weeks. Deadpool common. Let me see where I was at before. Like, I honestly think we could see if they fix the market, or like if they admit that there was a problem and they fix it overnight, or hot, or what they call it, hot patch, quick hot fix or something like that, where they, I think technically hot fix is something that they fix, and either they don't tell you about it or they fix it and they put it like as an afterthought for like app updates or like notes and stuff. Trying to remember, there's like terminology around that kind of stuff. I mean, we can look here really quick. In a week, depending on how aggressive the market recovers, I could see it reaching about like the halfway point of its all-time high. So if Deadpool wants to revive here, it wouldn't surprise me if you hit like 220, like low 200s, like 220, 225, like in the next, what do you say, week? Couple weeks? In a few weeks, yeah. In a few weeks, yeah. I could definitely see it getting above 200 pretty easily, like 220, something like that. Maybe even higher. Again, I have no idea how this reversal of the market is going to be. So, Keanu, I hope that that makes sense. It's going to go up. Like, I'm not worried. Like, I couldn't tell you how much it's going to go up. But I mean, you kind of have to have more confidence in just the NFT itself, right? It's Deadpool. It's an FA. It's a common. It's the most popular one. In the series, right? So, Nemus, how do you feel about 42 Darwin Cook Batman? I think it's great. I did hear that the newest Batman movie, I think, maybe series or movie, is gonna be based on like some comic book series that happened in like the Darwin Cook era or something like that. So I think that's super cool. I think it's pretty underpriced. When he was at 220, it was an absolute steal. I'm like, how are people not buying this? I think I need to start actually following my advice, because I see these NFTs and I'm like, you know, I end up just kind of not FOMOing, but you know, getting into like the new stuff, right? Yeah, maybe I'm just the type of person that leads others to treasures that I can't acquire, right? I think it's going to boom alongside Laughing Batman. Laughing Batman was also found to be speculated to be customizable due to an image in the Veve install page. Yeah, possibly. But again, there's also like nameless NFT images, look like weird JPEG pictures that don't look like they would actually be NFTs on Veve. So just sniped a 328 Mickey for 600. That is a snipe and a half. Congrats, Choo Choo. 154 in live chat. Whoa, dude, that is huge. That is awesome. Pavel, thank you so much for the update. Pavle, dude, I still don't know how to pronounce your name. It's because I have 300 gems. What do you recommend buying? Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, common. If you can fit 2 Deadpools, that'd be cool. I mean, you can do like Deadpool, Storm, Darwin Cook, Batman. I mean, there's a couple. I think there's 2 Batmans below 300 right now. If you can squeeze in a Gary Frank, I think that's solid too. Dick Sprang is below 300. Honestly, like any of the Batmans below 300, the black and white Batmans are gonna treat you well. Number 70, I don't know about 71 Batman. That was bright. Batman. Let's see. Even picking up, I think right now, I think the market's gonna have a pretty heavy rebound with like the Spider-Mans. Let's see what number 71 Batman's talking about. I haven't really checked him out too much. Which one's the dad bod Batman? Is it this one? I think it's the ultra rare. Have you guys ever heard of that meme? People are like dad bod Batman or whatever. I always like that one. I thought it was always funny. Come on, work with me, ecomi. Wiki. I think it's gonna do it. It's gonna do it. Oh yeah. 290 peaked at 575 at one point. Listings are pretty high, I will admit that, but it could be because of the market errors or something like that. But even if the market errors weren't a thing, I mean, it's Batman. It's one of the cheaper ones. It will get bought up. I'm pretty confident about it. Like when I see high listings and it's not one of the big 3, I get a little concerned. You know, people are taking profits. At the same time, it could be a good time to buy, but like you just might have to. All it means is it might take a little while. It might take a little while longer to reach up here again. You know, get up into the 400s, maybe low 500s. It might just take a bit longer to get there, but it'll get there. Kind of want to just check out like Dad Bod Batman. I think this is the one that most people call, unless I'm mistaken, I think this is what most people call the Dad Bod Batman. I'm gonna keep going through here. Yes, the prices remain there. I was denied the price. Was there for a while. Okay, Meat Angel. Yeah, it seems to be the thing. Dude, but yeah, Choo Choo, that's an excellent grab. That's a hell of a grab. Hey, people panic selling. You gotta take advantage. Logan, I've noticed that when I price something to sell, it sells faster when I price above the lowest price, even $1 higher. Notice that when I price something to sell, it sells faster when I price it above the lowest price, even $1 higher. No idea why. I mean, it could be a mint number thing. Like if the floor price mint number is 11,000 something, and yours happens to be 3,000, it just stands out more. So maybe next time you do that experiment, I would check just the mint number. I think this is the one that people call Dad Bod Batman. It is kind of funny looking, but yeah, this looks kind of weird. I don't know what's up with like his shin here. I guess it's just like the shading of like the angle or something like that might just look a bit off, but yeah. I don't know. Like it's like 40% off, but the listing looks a bit off. I mean, that's a lot of, actually the mint numbers are pretty low here. Yeah, a lot of people just taking profit here. It's probably not the first mint I would probably like get into. I'd rather just double up on the ones that are like below 500 or like 300 and just double up than buy the 06 Batman, to be honest. That's just me. Thank you, VV and 3 again. I don't know if you're still here. I know you put this up like 20 minutes ago, but I'm gonna double time it so I can catch up with chat. Do you think Fed Mertens can go any lower than where it is now? I'll look it up very quickly. That's how best buy for under 100 gems in your opinion, not financial advice. I think I've said those already. Storm, maybe not Groot. Uncommon Deadpool is below 100 right now. And there was another one I said. Coca-Cola Snow Globes might not be terrible. Why is Finn not popping up? Maybe even some of the newer stuff, like if you could have snuck in a Black Cat or if you could sneak in a Ghost Spider, I do think that's those are pretty decent too. All right, whatever. Am I just like, how do you spell Finn Martins? I type in Finn and it's like not showing up. All right, we might have to do a refresh here soon. It's getting kind of laggy. 130, holy moly. I think he's primed for a pump, but I'm not the biggest fan of the Adventure Time stuff in general. They seem to just be kind of get stuck in a holding pattern a lot of the time, but yeah, those sales are pretty high, and I mean, who knows? You could just take off again. That's the only thing I don't like about Finn Martins or like the Adventure Time stuff. There's been speculation about pump groups, and because the low mints, it's a bit easier to manipulate. And it's season 1, which is cool, but I would at 130, I would still rather invest in something else. Like I'd rather get I don't know, even like one of the new Spider-Mans, to be honest, than Finn Martins. I kind of want to do this too really quick. Just kind of clear the. I guess not much was done. Head back here. Michael Stevens, evening, dude. Plenty of cocktails and cheap, and a cheap market is a fun time. It maybe bought silly. Maybe I bought silly, but maybe I just had the juice. Yeah. My friend did that the other day. He texted me. He texted me because this was when I was. This was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. He texted me and I introduced him to Veve and he kind of got into it, and he bought like a Captain America like a month ago or something, and he's like, well, this went up a lot. I'm like, yeah, cool. And then he texted me, he's like, yo, can I back out of an auction? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, did you put up an auction? Like, just remove it before someone bids. He's like, no, like I accidentally bid on a thing. And I'm like, which one did you bid on? He's like, Honey Nut the Bee, and it was like 400 gems. I'm like, dude, I would not have done that. He's like, yeah, I know. He's like, maybe I shouldn't be on Veve while I'm high. I'm like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't, like, and just messing around on the market. Maybe that's not a good decision. And so, you know, at the time, like the Honey Nut the Bee, like the floor was at like 290. So he like overpaid by a lot. And so I told him, he's like, what should I do? I'm like, honestly, if you really don't want it, you're going to get your market probably restricted or whatever, but just don't have enough gems to pay for it. You know, just don't have enough. Like, I know it's probably a mistake, but just don't have enough gems and whatever. And, he's like, okay. And so he did that, and his market got restricted for I think 3 days or something like that. So he decided to deal with it, but I just thought that was funny. So, you know, you have to be careful a little bit when you're on Veve and you're inebriated in one way or another. Esteban Murillo? Murillo. Why is Uncommon Spider-Man so undervalued? People are just selling off right now. There's some mumblings of market issues where listings aren't being removed. But yeah, I mean, I'd pick one up. I'd probably lean more towards Ben Reilly than the Uncommon Spider-Man, because I believe the other one's a bit cheaper, right? Uncommon Spidey is about $670, and where's Ben Reilly now? He's even cheaper. I would go with Ben Reilly. Less mints, more hype. I kind of like the look of it, and I mean, you don't have to. I mean, there's 173 listed, but here there's double the mints or double the amount listed. That's just me. I do think there's some people that really like Ben Reilly. So yeah, I would get Ben Reilly. I think Ben Reilly's even had a higher high, so that went up to 1100. I think Hanging Out has not gone that high. Maybe it has, or maybe it's like identical. Yeah, it's a little bit less, but not that much. Me personally, I think I'd rather go with Ben Reilly. But now if we're talking Common Spider-Man, if you had enough for that, I mean, you might as well just get that. Even though it's, yeah. That's my take on it. How Groot. That's How Groot, yep. Michael Stephens. I bought in higher, eventually he mooned from where he goes, so yeah, exactly. Sorry, I think I missed those two. Crypto.D, everyone jumped off the Wonder Woman bandwagon. I'm still bullish on her, about to buy another one at 900, blue chick clearance section. Yeah, this is my take, my opinion. She's insanely high A tier. Actually, personally, I would actually probably rate her mid A tier. Very solid NFT, you cannot go wrong with her. But blue chip, I don't think every FA of every superhero is blue chip. It depends on how popular they are, how much are they getting pushed in like current media and like all that stuff. It's unfortunate, but I don't think people are going on Veve en masse to buy up Wonder Woman's. I think she'll do very well. I think there will be times where she'll surpass other superheroes, but like on a consistent basis, or if we're thinking very long term, you know, I find her struggling to keep up with, you know, Superman, Spider-Man, at least like the current superheroes and stuff. But I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. Like, I hope she does. What is going on here? Okay, I was just trying to put my foot on my chair so I can kind of like relax a bit. I hope I'm wrong. She's still very solid. Like, you can never go wrong with her. But like, considering she's like, you know, putting her on blue chip and Grail, in my opinion, are the same thing. Like blue chip, Grail, maybe they should be separate, but it's, yeah, maybe Grail is that thing that you know for a fact is just going to be historical, and blue chip is like a solid investment. You know, if that's the term, yeah, okay, I'd probably put Wonder Woman in like blue chip territory, but very low. Like, yeah. Market very glitching, nothing refreshing. Yeah, that's a bit weird. I'm down for a community account. Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. Yes, I can confirm the market listings are glitched. I've been trying to buy floors for a while. Nothing is updated after sales. I was able to buy one item and it stayed on floor for like 10 minutes. Yeah, that's a big issue, Pixel Trader and iTrain Studio PT and Group Fitness Lancaster. That's a long name, but I dig it. It's very clear what you do. Yeah, I used to be in sports for a while. I've met with a lot of physical therapists and chiropractors and going into fitness centers and working with people and stuff. It's a lot of fun. I kind of miss doing that kind of group work and helping people. Yeah, that might be a story for another time, but Yusuf, price prediction for Spider-Man 2099. First FA Secret Rare Marvel Mighty. Also, the movies coming out this year will feature 2099 potential Marvel Mighty. Yeah, I agree. Those are all things I said earlier. Maybe not. I didn't know he was going to be the newest movie, but if he is, that'd be great. But yeah, he's also the second Secret Rare Spider-Man, right? Yeah, those are all great things. Price prediction, it's gonna go up. I think someone asked me, they gave me like a super chat, and I said by the end of the year, you know, like 15, 20K. If someone like had to hold a gun to my head and say pick a number, I'm like, okay, 15 to 20K. I don't know. There could be things that could push up to 40, and there could be things that could keep it down around 10K. Like I couldn't tell you. But yeah, no, those are all good things going for it. Boss Man, Rare Groot has a botter. Look at the market. Okay. I'll have to take a look at it later. I'm really trying to catch up with chat. Hog Hognigate? I don't know. I'm just gonna call you Hog. Old Hog. Michael Stevens. I bought 4 around 140 to 150. He will probably turn around and go, yeah, I think so too. Person I was asking to what to buy for under 100 gems. I do think like Ghost Spider could. I do think the Marvel Mighties will do like a hard reversal and might go up again. I bought like 5. I think I bought 6 of them. The one I have on drop, and then I have 5 others. When it ran back up to 300, I actually sold on at 300. And I bought them, I think, all anywhere between like 220 to 235. So I'll probably still hold the majority of them. But if it does run up to 230, or not 230, but if it runs up to like 300 again, I might sell another one. But we'll see. Yusuf, I copped the secret rare on drop. Nice. And I was thinking of selling immediately, but I wanted to hold. Now for some reason the price is still dropping, even though there's only 209 supply. Gem squeeze for Pokemon, possibly. I think that's a very small part of it, but I just hold it, dude. Just hold it. It'll go back up. And plus, at the end of the day, you want it on drop, so that's a huge congrats to you. Everything's going to be profit at that point, but I do think there will be a peak where he'll go up quite a bit and then start plateauing, and that might be a good point to sell it if you want to get rid of it. Alex Zamora, what do you think? Captain America Zombie? The common, I'd rather have Storm. I think they're like the same price right now, but 9 times out of 10, I'd rather have Storm. He just hasn't had much movement, and honestly, I think people would rather have FA Storm with FA X-Men rather than Zombie Hunter Captain America. Market is not, I wouldn't say saturated with Captain America's. I mean, so is Spider-Man, but people like Spider-Man, they're buying it up, so it's pretty clear what people favor. That's how. Yo, bro, thanks for being real in the stream. I value your opinion. I appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Logan, is everyone else not concerned with this market dip? We just moved to Immutable X. Give it a minute. I do suspect there are new market algorithms in play that weren't there before. And drop delivery delays. Yeah, I could see that, Logan. The market's been acting weird ever since we went to like layer 2 Ethereum and then Immutable X most recently. And yeah, there could be some stuff going on. I kind of wish if they knew that there was an error like this happening, that they would just shut off the market and kind of fix it, but I'm not entirely certain. I'm not concerned, just wondering how to understand everything that's going on. Exactly, so. I might put out a video tomorrow morning, of course, doing like a market recap, but also maybe explaining to people some of the things that could potentially be contributing to this. I think the main one is obviously people buying stuff and it's still not going off the market 10 or 15 minutes later, and it's still like showing there as a listing. So, and then people that try to buy it, it's an error. And then when sellers go on there, you know, they're not trying to buy the NFT to like make sure like, hey, is this an actual listing or is this like a phantom listing that's just stuck there for 15 minutes? They don't know. They're trying to sell their NFT, so they're gonna do what? Undercut usually. So, learn at home music in their Discord. It's in their Discord under no problems. Okay. Memory, Rip Invisible Woman. Yeah, I kind of just tore apart, but it is what it is. Like, I just can't recommend that to people. Best Buy under 300. I think I said that before. Or did I? It's under 300. Best Buy under 300. I would say Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, or maybe get 2 of the newer Spider-Mans. I do think there will be a reversal in the market if they fix it. As well as Darwin Cook Batman, FA Robin. You can get Deadpool Common. You can get there's a lot of good stuff. And again, I know there's a lot of independent artists, and you know, and Ghost Bear this, and Kripken that, and Adventure Time this. Like, I know there's other stuff too, but it's hard to suggest those. Greed, I strongly suspect other algorithms have changed, similar to how Instagram or Facebook can control what you see your feed and in what order. Makes sense. Patrick again, thanks again for the $5. I got a UR Pluto on drop. Would you hold or flip? Just hold. Like, I'll say this as a general thing. Hold. Maybe I need to put that as a sign. Like, just hold your NFTs. Like, do not sell right now. Just hold them. They will go up in price. Just wait. If I flipped, would you hold or flip? I would just hold. And if you had to flip, I mean, the fact that nothing against you, but like the fact that you're asking means that you're probably leaning towards maybe you want to flip, but even then, like I would still wait a few days. Like at least wait for Pluto to go back up to like 1.2, 1.3, and then like flip it. Not when he's at like 850 or whatever he's at now. Clench Cab, would you trade 2 ultra rare Spidey and okay, so 2 ultra rare Spidey and FA rare Spidey into action for Goofy? Okay, so 2 ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spideys. I'm assuming the price point, because if there are 2 ultra rares, I'm like, dude, that's like 20 grand. I don't know what that's a lot of money. Into action for Goofy, I would say no. You're eating a lot in fees, and Spider-Man's very solid investment. Like you're losing a lot of money there, and you're selling a lot of Spider-Mans at the bottom. I would just hold, dude. Just hold those ultra rare Spider-Mans, like these ones. Like, don't get me wrong, Goofy will go up as well, but I don't think it will be like unattainable for you by any means. Yeah, that's so much to flip. And plus, like, the market is just doing a crash right now. Like, yeah, Zombie Hunter Spideys, they peaked at 1,800 and they've had multiple candles at 1,500, 1,400. So like, even worst case scenario, I'd probably go back up to 1,400 before you know it. Like, worst case scenario, because it's already done it 3 times, almost 4 times before. So I'm not too concerned with it. I would just hold, dude. Mira a pickup? Or Mara? I thought so too in the past. She might not be bad. It's just not a lot of people even know her, to be honest. Like, not a ton of people not a lot of people know her. Oh god, I'm going through the whole Mermacorno set. Get me out of here. There she is. Below 200? Maybe not bad. I know she's part of like the cover girls thing, but it's just funny how like Veve, it seems like a lot of their early NFTs were just so formal with their descriptions. It's like DC Cover Girls is a long-running line that featured dynamic depictions of the most famous super heroines and super villains, now available as a digital collectible statue. Mara by Jolie Jones, I don't know who that is. It's crafted by an elegant, commanding pose atop a flowing splash of water, which is even the choppiest of seas could not hope to compete with the waves of her trademark red locks. This is the first appearance of this character in premium digital format, max limit 1 per account. I forgot back then too, they had on some things, they did have like a max limit per account. Like that was a thing back then, which I think is kind of interesting. They did that for Nightwing, I believe. I think that was like 2 per account, but I didn't know they did this with her. It's just kind of interesting how they made, like, it just seems like the descriptions are just so formal. I don't think the newer ones are like this. I have like the trademark design, like logos and Warner Brothers, like all that stuff. I don't think the newer ones have that. But even then, I still don't know who she is, to be quite honest. I know she's been on the app for a while. I still don't even know who she is, so. And she peaked at 400, like that's cool, but the listings are so high. Yeah, probably not. I would say no. I'd rather get a common Deadpool, to be honest. Which would you say to get? Rare FA Spider-Man, common Mickey, golden moment Wally. Rare FA Spider-Man 1,500, common Mickey. Well, common Mickey's like 850 right now. You could get a uncommon Mickey plus like one of the newer cards. Like you could probably get an uncommon Mickey plus a mini card for 1,500, which I think is very, very solid. Golden Moments Wally, FA Spider-Man, like honestly, I think it's dealer's choice. Like they're all pretty good. I would say Wally's probably, I think Wally could take off and then the Golden Moments in general, but that's a bit more speculative. If you want to play on the safer side, go with FA Spider-Man. The rare. If you just want one NFT and call it, if you want to diversify a tiny bit, I would pick up an uncommon Mickey, which is 1,000 right now, because I'm assuming you have 1,500 gems, because you're asking about the rare Spider-Man. I would pick up, of course, rare Spider-Man, or uncommon Mickey right now is 1,000. And then also grab a, you can grab like one of these cards. You can grab a Daisy Duck. You can grab a, if you can squeeze it in, grab a Mickey Mouse, like just double up on Mickeys. If you want a Spider-Man, then grab a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man alongside a Happy Whistle. So if you have 800, 500, I'm trying to think of like what else you could get. So 1,500. So if you got 800, that would leave you with 700 left. You could get a Jaunty Jig. Just do both. Get a Jaunty Jig, which is still Steamboat Willie, still great. Get a Jaunty Jig plus a which leaves you with 700 gems left, which means you could pick up an either Upside Down or a Ben Reilly. I think that's solid. So if you wanted both a if you wanted both a Marvel and a Disney, get the common Steamboat Willie and then pick up a Ben Reilly or the Upside Down one, like whichever one you like more. In my opinion, like if that's your budget, I think that's pretty solid. And if you still have extra after that, I mean, pick up a Ghost Spider or the Spider-Man or whatever. So picking up a Spider-Man and a Mickey with 1,500, that's really good. I think that's really good. I just kind of thought all that out. I do think Wally could do well, but it's a bit more speculative with the golden moments. Like, I'm confident they will spike up, across the board. They'll all rise, but he hasn't done it yet, so that's a bit speculation. But that initial K, that would be my recommendation. Mirror pickups. I know I skipped your question earlier, but I hope that helped. Inline Indigo, major shutdown. Once anime is announced, yeah. Like I said, like if there's just like anime month, like March is just anime month, like everything is just shut down. Market's just closed. There's probably some people that couldn't care less about anime, and that's fine. I'm pretty bullish on certain animes, but yeah. Can I see the mirror graph? I just showed it a bit earlier. Pin-up. I hope you saw it. Kevin Hernandez, should I sell Marvel Mighty Spider-Man to invest in something different? No. Just hold it. I mean, it's so cheap right now. Like, I don't even know what you could flip and invest in for 155 gems. I mean, you could get... I mean, you can't even get a common Deadpool. I mean, you could, like, stack, like, 3 Groots. I don't know. Spider-Man will go up. This Spider-Man, I could definitely picture him going up to 250, 300 in the next couple days. If they fix the market or whatever the issue is that is on the market, I could definitely see some sort of reversal happening. So I would just hold it, Kevin. Boss Man, question mark. I don't know either. Nameless. Customization for characters might happen before Valentine's Day. I think Deadpool will shine soon. Yeah, like all the festive characters could shine soon. He's still going to have the goofy music and the dancing and kind of like that stuff. That's very Deadpool-esque, but he'll still have some of the holiday themes, I think, obviously. Logan, I used to trade my lower value collectibles more often on Veve. Now with the fees, I was losing money by doing what I was doing before. Now I have to think long term with each purchase to avoid fees. Yeah, there's that technique. And even if you are flipping, some people were very hesitant to even touch anything with an 8.5% fee. And I don't blame them, but on some things, if you buy the right DC characters, if you buy the right stuff, for riskier plays, I think for riskier plays, Adventure Time you can make some flips out of. Less riskier, you can get some good flips out of like Coca-Cola bottles or the Coca-Cola snow globes. But and even I know a guy that's been flipping Jim Lee Jokers for a while and been making some pretty good money off that. But it's much easier if you just find a market, study it very closely. I do think there's a bit more consistency with like some of the DC and Marvel because there's actually a crowd there. But when you talk Adventure Time, it's kind of hard to follow a trend. Like, if you are into flipping, try not to buy everything or try and buy the thing that's the cheapest or to stack. Like, try and study like a very small handful of markets and just like know it like very well and study for like a few weeks and try and get an understanding. That'd be my suggestion. But I still think some of the things like Deadpool and Storm, like you can still make a good profit out of it. Even though it has an 8.5% fee, you can still make good profit because those tend to run hard enough to make up the extra 6% fee. You should do a collab with Veve Vault. That'd be cool. I would love to collab with anyone. I haven't collabed with anyone. A lot of people seem cool. I've talked to Andrew Ellis like very briefly. He's been busy. We've talked about a lot of cool stuff. And also just all the crazy shenanigans, not shenanigans, but just the crazy stuff that's been happening on Veve in general. It's so hard to keep up when like literally every other day there's something happening with Veve or a new announcement or a drop or Immutable X or Omi or that. Like there's always something going on. So there's, you know, people are busy. But yeah, I think Veve Vault, I watch them all. Veve Vault, Veve Vision, Cavell, Taps Trades, Randy Chavez. I mean, I'm the one that invested a lot of alligator Lokis to get on his wall. It's definitely probably one of the better investments I've made. It's so funny because I remember joking around when I who was it, Foster and Andre Jank, when they Jank whatever, when they made their thing like, all right, it's, you know, Patreon thing, $100 a month if you want to do it. And initially I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think like, oh, that's too expensive or whatever, but I'm like, that's a bit of money, you know. But to some people it could be worth it. And then I turn around and I'm like, yeah, I'll pay 17 alligator Loki comments to get on your wall, whatever. And that's when alligator Lokis at the time were 100 gems each. And of course they're way cheaper now because I bought them, you know, 3-4 weeks ago. And so I spent essentially, you know, 1,700 gems getting on his wall, and that's more than $100 a month. So I'm like, you know, some people value, you know, going on a Discord and paying $100 a month and like learning that information, which definitely has its own value. I think you should get as many perspective as angles as you can. Or you just want to get put up on a wall. But if I'm going to invest money, it's going to be in someone like Randy, who's literally, he's totally bought in mentally, physically, emotionally. Like he's so bought into the whole aspect. And like, he's probably the last person on the app or in the community that would run away or just like give up. So that's why I invested. Let's see here. Logan, okay, yeah, wrote that. Dad bod Batman is best Batman. Yeah, Cinegym. Dad bod Batman is the best Batman. Eduardo Garcia, do you think everything is going to keep dipping? They need to fix whatever's happening with the market. There could be a little bit more of a dip. Either it's going to keep dipping and there's going to be a pretty big reversal in the afternoon tomorrow, or we're going to wake up tomorrow morning and everything's going to be up 20, 30, 40, 50%. Who knows? Sometimes that's all you need is just a good night's sleep and your vault is up 20%. Sometimes that does happen. Let's see. Yeah, I overbought on the market stamp because Veve is showing the wrong floor. Exactly. Brandon F. I like Peter Parker more than Ben Riley. Yeah, it's to each their own. You know, Parker, like Peter Parker's classic Batman. I kind of like the colors of the Ben Riley a bit more. I don't know if it's just more vibrant. I think I just like the style of they are acrobatic. Like I like the I remember I used to play a lot of Marvel vs. Capcom with my friends and at the arcade and, you know, on console and stuff. And like that Spider-Man, he was like flipping around and doing all this crazy stuff. Like that's how I imagine Batman. Or not Batman, Spider-Man. That's how I imagine Spider-Man. Being super acrobatic, like basically, you know, like a, what do you call it? Well, those like circus acrobats plus the gymnast, like, and just hyper flexibility, just doing crazy stuff. Being able to manipulate his body in crazy ways. And like when I see the Ben Rileys, it really shows that. I know like the Peter Parker showed the classic positions of, you know, the 3-point, like the superhero 3-point stance, or he's hanging upside down, or he's doing the web thing. Like those do look cool, but I really like the Ben Riley stances a little bit more. That's just me though. Keanu pulled Ghost Spider from a drop. Should I hold? just hold, Keanu. You'll be fine. Just hold. Do you know how popular Wonder Woman is? Yes. I'm kind of thinking the same thing about Superman. I'm like, I'm just like strangely concerned about both like Superman and Wonder Woman because like they're just seem to be getting really affected by these dips. Yeah, and I understand that these people, you know, Wonder Woman is popular, but then again, we also have to think how many of those people, like, they love Wonder Woman, but are they also willing to pay $3,500 for her a couple months from now? That's also another thing. You have to keep it in consideration. But as of right now, Grail, no, she hasn't proved it yet. Like, I think the number one nominee to be graduated or be elected into being a Grail is R2D2 right now. He has shown proof that he can pump. He's maintaining his price. He's going to reapproach that price and go higher. And it's not just because, oh, it's $7,000, like that's higher than 1,000 of Wonder Woman. Like, but Wonder Woman just needs to show some stronger trends of up and to the right, maintaining her price, not getting touched by dips as much. And yeah, that's, I don't know. Like, everything is a bit different, but in my mind, like Grails retain their value very, very well. You know, they dip ever so much, but I think we just need more history on her too. She's still relatively new. I think we need more history on her. So, like I said, I'm not saying she's crap by any means. I do put her up there with. I do think Steamboat Willie would do a little bit better than her, but I do put her up there with some of the other ones, like Ultra Rare Spider-Man, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Initial K, opinions on Green Goblin. Should I buy in price predictions? Right now, I think is a great price. I think the fact that that Green Goblin is, let me pull him up. Let me just look up the Mighties in general. So, the fact that Green Goblin has less mints, same rarity, probably a more popular villain, and part of the first Spider-Man series of the Marvel Mighties. The fact that it's, let me scroll down to the bad guys. Skip all these pointless Eternals. I don't mean to crap on Eternals. I haven't seen the show, but from what I've heard, it got mediocre ratings at best. So Doctor Doom's at 1,000 and Red Skull is at 900. So the fact that Green Goblin has way less mint, because Green Goblin is 33333. This is 4,800. Let's just call it 5,000. Let's call it 5,000, and we'll call Green Goblin 3,500. So the fact that Green Goblin has roughly half the mints as both of these. More popular villain currently. I will admit, I do think Doctor Doom's a bit cooler, more powerful, and all that stuff, like lore-wise, but people don't care. People want what's popular and what's cool. Less mints and like the same rarity, and they're all FAs. Green Goblin's going to surpass these. Green Goblin, in my opinion, is going to surpass Doctor Doom in all of them. So right now is a good buy. I see Green Goblin going up to, who knows, 1,200, 1,500 in the next few weeks, assuming the market corrects itself, let's say that. Brandon Neff, Ben Reilly feels like such a low-tier Spider-Man than Peter Parker or Miles Morales to me. That's why they are way less mints. I don't know about the 5,000 whatever. I don't know if that number's significant, but the 616 is related to the Spider-Man universe or whatever that we all live in, so. Does anyone care about Batman Battle Statue? I think it's too new to put a hard price on it. A lot of people say that the artist that made that battle statue, whoever is the person that made the battle statues, they're really popular with DC. They're almost like a Todd McFarlane in their own right, but I don't know. I think it could do very well. It's so new, it's hard to determine it. But I think it has just fallen victim to, like, statue comes out and then like 2 days later they announce 2 big hitting IPs back to back. I think it's just fallen victim to that. So it will recover. Like, if you're one of those people that bought it at 1,700, I do think it will return to that price eventually, but I can't really tell you. Initial K, I don't know when you did that, but thanks for the 79 euro, which I think is $1. I'm not entirely certain. Or is that £1? I'm terrible with this kind of stuff, so I'm not entirely sure. But thank you so much, Initial K, for that. Brandon F, possibly. Like I said, I'm just talking mostly just the aesthetics. I'm not saying Ben Reilly is better than Peter Parker or anything like that. The most classic version of Spider-Man is Peter Parker. Like, don't get me wrong. But just aesthetically, I kind of just like the Ben Reilly. If I had to invest money, I would still put more money in Peter Parker. I would buy some Ben Reillys. Like, if I had, like, let's say $5,000 or whatever, like, I would still put more money in Peter Parker, but I would still buy a Ben Reilly. I do think Ben Reilly will do better than the uncommon Spider-Man, in my opinion. Like the uncommon versus uncommon. Already got that. Justin Fisher, any official word on cash out or ETA? Hashtag soon. I can't tell you. Jonathan Fisher, what is undervalued? Was a great buy. Literally everything on the market. Some things are a little bit better than others, but I think Steamboat Willies are ridiculously undervalued. I think Green Goblin, a lot of this, the newer Spider-Man, like Marvel Mighties, are, I wouldn't say ridiculously undervalued, but I do think there could be a good reversal in the market of those in the near future. That's a bit more speculative. If you want something a bit more concrete, like any of the Spider-Mans, like honestly, everything on the market is discounted. You can quite legitimately get anything. If that question's not good enough for you, John, you can just ask again. Let me know what your budget is or what you're trying to do, and I can give you like a more specific answer. Should I buy a 71 Batman or Darwin Cook? Those are the ones I looked at, right? Let me see. Might have to refresh this. I know what Darwin Cook's been doing. I like him a lot. I mostly want to look at, why is this showing the DeLoreans? Come on. I don't know why it's showing DeLoreans. There it goes. So Darwin Cook, 230. He's getting there again, where he's getting really, really inexpensive. Or you said what, 71 Batman? I haven't really looked at this one too much, to be honest. It's rare, so it has lower mints. Like, that's cool, but that's, I don't know. We have to look at some charts here. This Batman, we looked at it earlier. I think Darwin Cook peaked at 360 at one point. This one peaked a bit higher. Listings are also high as well, 160. Let me look at Darwin Cook. Where are you? I'd probably recommend 71 Batman, actually. If you can afford the extra 60 gems, 70 gems, I mean this is, he's peaked at 360. I mean, yeah, he touched above 300. He's got some candles here, which is like nice, but if we, for an extra 70 gems, that's a pretty solid buy. That's a good eye. Who was it? Keanu, that's a good eye. Yeah, just for 70 gems more, I mean, you can get something that, I'm not looking, the peak looks pretty thin, so yeah, with the 600, but like the fact that like it still went back up at 400, that's higher than the Darwin Cook still. So like even on the low end, it's done pretty well, and it peaked at 360 before all this craziness. So I like the 71 Batman a lot. Sorry about the loud noises. My room is pretty hot. I need to keep the window open. Let's see, previously sold. Yeah. Now this is great. I like this one a lot, actually. Even though the listings are pretty high, it can eat through that pretty quickly, at least in my opinion. So yeah, I like 71 Batman a lot. I actually like it more than Darwin Cook until this gets to the point where it's probably like 350. Then Darwin's probably a bit better. But yeah, I like this a lot. Avenger logo or secret rare 2099. What's the 2099 at? I swear, if that thing is still dipping. Help me out. I might have to refresh this. This seems like it's getting a bit laggy. It's 1800. And you were asking what? Avenger logo or Secret Rare 2099? Probably, if it had to be one of those two, I would say Spider-Man 2099. Yeah. It's also just still so early for this. I know it's been down trending to the right, but it's so new. I think this NFT will mature very well. I mean, so will Avenger logo. Like, don't get me wrong, it'll do very well, but yeah. Yeah, I would go with this. Even though I would probably recommend, like, dude, just get a Wonder Woman.
plus a Steamboat Willie common, or get a Steamboat Willie plus ultra rare Spider-Man. I think those will be a little bit more consistent, a little bit less speculative. But again, if you had to pick those two, I would pick Spider-Man 2099. Am I catching up with chat? Oh my god. I've caught up with chat. This is great. I need to get ahead of it more. I get so caught up whenever I start my stream and I see just a few messages and I spend a lot of time talking. Then I scroll down and all of a sudden there's 2 pages of text that I just miss out on. Yeah, 1.5K gems. I already have an uncommon and ultra rare Mickey. Framed Mickey. Donald Mini. Okay. So I wouldn't buy another uncommon. Let me go through what you said again. Okay, so should I get FA Spider-Man? Okay. Uncle, buy an Iron Man. Golden Moment. Uncle J. That's a little bit out of his price range. It looks like he's got about 1,500, or like 1,800, not 25, 2,600. So Iron Man's a little bit out of the price range, I'm assuming. Right? Avenger logo, I think it's 1,800, so is this. So in my opinion, I would go with the Steamboat Willie. Like, if you had to pick one of the two, go with Spider-Man 2099. But if you're open to the idea of other options, Steamboat Willie is already moving up a bit. Common, that's 800. That leaves you with $1,000 left. And you could pick up, with the last $1,000, you can pick up, I would say, any of the Spider-Mans. At least, like, you can go with Zombie Hunter, ultra rare, or you can pick up a, I like the Amazing Spider-Man common. I like that one a lot. You can go with the uncommon. You can go with Ben Reilly. And if you pick up Ben Reilly or the uncommon, you have 300 gems left over to stack something else, like Deadpool, Storm. I mean, if you get Ben Reilly, you can get like another Zombie Hunter Spidey. Like, it's you could do some nice little stacks with 1,500. I do think those would be a bit more consistent than just putting it all on one. But that's just my take on it. So what should I get? Todd is ready to explode. I think so too, Justin. It could be at any point. And if the market does correct after this, Todd's pumps have gone bigger and bigger and bigger each time. I think his first one that I saw, I mean, I joined Veve during Golden Moments. So I'm still like relatively new to all this market and stuff. Yeah, Todd is below 1,100 right now. Let's see. Yeah, I started around here. So when Todd was like 1,700, I remember it was like a big deal when he passed 2K. So he went from, 1,700 to 1,500. So that's a jump of 700-800 gems. Then when he did this jump from 27 to 4,500, I mean, that's a jump of like 1,500 gems, more than that. And then this jump literally from, I mean, we can even take it, because when he went from 36 to 5K, 5,800, people thought that was done. And then he just did a pump. He did a pump fake and then went up again. And then dunked it all the way up to 1,400, which is ludicrous. So if we're expecting another pump, I would not be surprised if he just ran to 20, 25K, like, and it could be just as quick as this. It takes him 3-4 days to just run to 20, 25. Would not surprise me at all whatsoever. But you never know. Anything can happen in Veve. That's the best and the worst part of it. What should I get? Rare Spider-Man, Common Mickey, or Golden Moment Willie? And you said, okay, you already have Uncommon and Ultra Rare Mickey. And you are Mickey. Framed Mickey. Donald Mini. Okay, so I would say, in that case, I mean, you seem pretty loaded with the Disney stuff. I mean, if you want to stick with Disney, interesting you don't have a Golden Moment. 1,500 gems. I mean, you could pick up a Wally. That's technically Disney too. If you want to do like a Golden Moment. Yeah, you said Wally, Spider-Man solid, Common Mickey. You could do Common Mickey plus, I think completing that set would be really cool. Because I completed that set and it felt good. I liked seeing all the Mickeys there. Yeah, you get a Common Mickey and you got 700 gems to play with to get some Batmans. You could still get, you could, I would get like Ben Reilly plus a common Steamboat Willie, or get the upside down Spider-Man. That way you still get a Spider-Man, you complete your set. Ben Reilly, I think, has a lot of room to move, but if you want to get the uncommon, like the upside down version, like that's very solid too, in my opinion. So that'd be my suggestion, actually. But if you wanted to just stick with the 3 that you have, common Mickey would finish your set, but you can't go wrong with rare Spider-Man either. Honestly, it's up to you. Like, as much as I hate to say it, like, it's a coin toss. But if you get the common Mickey, I think you should get, like the, what's it called, Hanging Around, or the Ben Reilly. You have enough gems to finish that off. So that'd be my suggestion in initial K. Greg Salazar, okay, I have some of the OG bunnies, can liquidate for 400 to 500. What's a good buy for that? That has more potential. Where are the bunnies at right now? You said OG bunnies? I'm assuming you got some... So I'm assuming you got some of the, mostly the black ones, right? How much have these moved? Yeah, these don't have a lot of room to move. I mean, I just don't picture it going up to like flying up to 180 out of nowhere. I think at its best, it'll probably hit back up to like 130, but if you're really gun-ho and liquidating and trying to get something else, Greg, for 500 or for 450, I don't know. Like, tell me, Greg, do you like DC, Marvel? I don't think there's... You can maybe squeak in like a mini card or like a Daisy card if you want. If you like Disney, that's the only Disneys that I can think that are that cheap. But if you like DC or Spider-Man, let me know. I can give you like a better suggestion. Because I want to make sure you're getting, if you're obviously you're making a big move, I want to make sure that you're confident in what I'm going to be recommending you. If you like Spider-Man, of course, you can go with a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man plus one of the new Spider-Mans. I think that should fit in that price range pretty well. Like the new, the Marvel Mighty Spider-Man. I think those are both very good. If you like DC, I would either I would get that new one that we talked about, Batman 41. That's really good, and that still leaves you with 150 gems left over. At that point, yeah, then you can get a Spider-Man. Like you can get double Spider-Mans, not double Spider-Mans, but you can get Batman. I think for 400 gems, probably the best one you can get that has like the most room to grow. Batman 71, based on just the numbers that we've crunched today. I mean, this thing is literally 50% off, at least from its all-time high. But even worst case scenario, it goes up to 400. Like that's really good. And then so that's 300. And then if you have 100 to 150 left, you can either get one of the new Spider-Mans, like I said, for 100 gems, 150 gems. That's pretty solid. And if then you can get a Storm or something like that. Like that's pretty solid, Greg, I would say. That's pretty good. Logan, do you think in the future we will be able to sell full sets in one transaction? Master Collector program makes sense with this. What do you think? I have 2 secret rares without sets. Grab the sets now. I mean, you could liquidate one and complete the set with the gems. I don't know about right now when everything is super low, but it depends. Like maybe the secret rare has hardly moved. Like maybe it's only gone down, hardly at all, maybe a few percentage points, but like the rest of the set went down like 10, 15, 20%. It could be a decent time, Logan. So that's up to you if you want to like complete the set or not. Completing sets is completely up to the individual. I leave it up to them if they like want to complete the set. Road to Victory, what do you think is holding the market back? I think mostly just errors in the listings. There's been multiple people that have said, hey, I tried to buy this and it shows an error, or I did buy this and it still stayed up on the market for like 15, 20 minutes after. So that's what I would, I think that's like the main reason, is that the floors just aren't moving, and people are undercutting, and it's just being exacerbated by that. Keanu and Ma, okay, message, whatever. Jonathan Fisher, what about Ultraman? I've talked about Ultraman. If anyone that's watched my streams last a couple times, I think it's a little bit too much on speculation. Jonathan Fisher, definitely don't get the posters. And relying way too much on the southeastern Asian market. You know, the government to figure that stuff out, and we have to figure out our localization. So whether we get Mandarin or Taiwanese or Japanese or like whatever localization we need to help make it happen, like it doesn't seem like it's happening anytime soon, at least from what I can tell. I could be wrong, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure, to be quite honest. But I'm not very bullish on Ultraman. It does seem like it was just a hype pump that like, oh my god, like China's gonna legalize NFTs, so everything should go up in price. Who knows? And honestly, knowing China, they're probably going to force their citizens to buy Chinese made only by sanctioned by the government NFTs. So you can only buy Chinese NFTs, and you can only get it on the Chinese blockchain. You know, created and enforced by the government. Like who knows? Like anything could happen. But Ultraman is just like way too speculative for me. Like you need like literally 3 or 4 things to fall into place at a certain time in order for it to pay off, and that's just too much for me. With 500 gems, I'd rather get a Jason Fabuk Batman plus a Groot for the same price. For the uncommon, and for the common, where's the common? Common, same price. Yeah, I'd rather get a Jason Fabuk or however you want to do it. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man plus a new Spider-Man plus a Storm. Like, there's so many different ways you can go about this or like navigate this price amount. But I hope that helped, Greg. And I see down here as a solid. I like it. Thanks. Awesome. I'm glad that's what I want. Is like I've been there before where I've had to liquidate my last few hundred gems or this or that, and I'm like, God, like what should I do with this? And like you want to invest something solid, right? That you feel like is going to do well. So that's why I like to ask, do you like this brand more, that brand, and you're just more likely to hold, right? Because that's the name of the game at the end of the day. Eventually, you do want to hold. But if you do want to flip, like those are also solid ones to flip as well. And if you do flip it and you come back a week from now and you're like, hey, I had 400 gems, now I have 650, what do you recommend? And then you just keep building up from there. That's what I do. What do you think? Comic Spider-Man 252, the uncommon is cheaper than the common. I think go for it. I think there's been talks. I don't know much about comics, to be honest. I'm probably the last person you want to ask about comics. But I have heard from, I think it was Jeremy Padawer, the guy who owns one of the biggest toy companies in the world, currently holds the license for Pokemon as well as some other things. He recently got interviewed by Taps, Cavell, and Randy. Really awesome guy. I really like him. Very down-to-earth guy. And I think he did mention something about uncommon comics are getting slept on. If you just look at the market value, like the market cap of like the uncommons versus the commons, it just doesn't make sense. So maybe it's just one of those things we might not realize for another year or two, but I do think it's solid. If you're looking to buy one, I don't even know what they're priced at right now, so I couldn't tell you. I mean, I guess we could look it up. But again, I'm just not a big comic guy. Like, I'm a proponent for it. I'm like, if you know what you're doing, go get comics. But if you don't, like me, I'm not gonna recommend. I'm not gonna recommend a comic because I couldn't tell you if Daredevil number 25 is better than this other comic. Like I couldn't tell you that. Common is $5,000, while the uncommon is 3,800. Yeah, I mean, how different do they look? Okay, it's just it's like just black and white. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe some people will like the original art more, or the cover page. Some people might like this more. Who knows? Not entirely certain. Mancurat, I'm confused. If I should buy Wonder Woman or the ultra rare zombie Spider-Man, any suggestions? Let me look at those numbers again. I think those ones are very neck and neck. That one might just come down to personal preference. A point, if you are planning on not holding it forever, if you're planning on flipping it at some point, a point does go to Wonder Woman. That 2.5% fee is really nice. She is also a bit cheaper. She's already 110 gems cheaper than Zombie Hunter Ultra Rare. At least according to the market. I don't know if it's entirely accurate. I mean, a lot could have changed in the last 30 minutes. She's peaked at 1,500. There's currently 300 on market right now. She's plateauing, which is good, in my opinion. Like, the listings are going down, but like the listings haven't flown up. They're not up to like 400 or anything like crazy, which means I think there's still people hodling, but people are just doing bigger undercuts. So which means it'll just reverse up even faster. Yeah, I think Wonder Woman will do good. And then zombie, I'll just put in zombie. Zombie Hunter Spidey 1000. I do think there is something to be said. Let's see. Zombie Hunter has obviously had a higher high of 1800. He's had multiple candle or just peaks where he's hit, you know, 1400 consistently. This is kind of what I look at, like when I look at numbers is, you know, Wonder Woman kind of hit that one peak and then starts going down and it kind of just dies off. But like this one shows pressure of at 1500, it goes down, shows pressure up to 1800, going down, you know, showing multiple times of interest. Not, people aren't just letting it die off. People, there's levels of interest throughout the last few weeks. One thing that is going for Wonder Woman, she is a bit cheaper by 100 gems. So maybe to make up that difference, you could get, again, a Storm. You could get a Gwen Stacy, a Ghost Spider alongside Wonder Woman. So that's my take on it. Plus, like, there's just less mints of the Zombie Hunter Ultra Rare. So you just have less people to compete with, less people to undercut you, which isn't much. You know, I think Wonder Woman has 7,500 mints, so this one has half. I think it's dealer's choice. Me personally, if I had to pick, if I already had like a bunch of Spider-Mans, I'd grab a Wonder Woman. Like, okay, whatever. Like, I want to collect it and have it. But if I had to choose, I'd probably pick Zombie Hunter Spider-Man Ultra Rare, at least based on the numbers and facts that we can see right here. But who knows? Wonder Woman could do a big reversal and go above 2K, and Zombie Hunter Spider-Man still chilling at 16. Who knows? I couldn't tell you. But so far, with the numbers, what I've seen, I would pick Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Even if you did pair up Wonder Woman with like Ghost Spider, I still think Zombie Hunter could outperform it. Again, not financial advice. Let's see. Would that be my suggestion? Mancurat? Like instead of like Meerkat, like Mancurat. Initial K price prediction for your Steamboat Willie for 1 year plus. Dude, it's so hard to do price predictions a year out. 50K, I don't know. 60K, 50K, whatever. Mean Angel, I joined Veve September last year. I didn't buy too many, but I'm super bullish now. The prices have skyrocketed since then. True, but a time like this is the best time to buy. Todd is at a low. Spider-Man, Marvel, Disney, like everything's at a low right now. So it's not going to get cheaper. It's not going to get cheaper unless there's Pokemon announcement. But even then, except for Pokemon, it's just not going to get cheaper. So. Let's see. Craig Inglesby, thoughts on comic Amazing Spider-Man #1? Goodbye at 190. I think any of the comics, especially if they're like considered a Grail comic or in that top A S tier category, anytime you can buy it is a good time to buy it, in my opinion. I don't know much about comics, but all I know is like those are very good investments typically. The question is there a collectible counterpart that will do better? And typically, no, not really. Maybe, again, comics are just so slow and steady, it's hard to tell. Daniel D, been looking at Starfire for 3 months. Take a look. Can we take a look? Yeah, I would love to take a look. I remember actually talking about her a while back when she was at like, I want to say like 1,300. I'm like, I think people are sleeping on her. I think it's just unfortunate because that, what's it called? That CoverGirl series doesn't seem like too crazy popular. I think that's what she's part of, right? Or is it Bombshells? I think it might be Bombshells, but I could be wrong. Yeah, let me get to that in a sec. I'm just going to catch up with chat. Solid, I like it, thanks. Sorry, Tan Superman. Wally will have his day, not sure when, but he will. He definitely will. Speaking of Will the Trill. I only have 60 gems left right now. Do you think I should wait or invest while it's low? Just wait. With 60 gems, I think the only things you could literally afford are Groot's, Invisible Woman, which I would know, or comics, and that's pretty much it. and Kripkins or whatever, but I would still say no to those. Road to Victory. Sell. If you only have 60 gems left, just save it for drops, dude. Road to Victory. Sell Daisy and buy Mini. I would put more money to buy Mini. Yeah, I would agree. Greg Salazar, after hearing you, I want to sell even more of my stuff to get a Steamboat. What's wrong with me, Greg? Don't sell half your vault to get a Steamboat. But I'm just very bullish on Steamboat. But if not, there's still a lot of great grabs out there. I'm still trying to continue to expand. Like, what's a good buy at 100, 300, 500, 700, 1,000? You know, which is why, like, dude, like the Batman 71, like, really took me for a spin. So like, I love it when people kind of show me an NFT, they suggest one and compare it to something else, and I look at it, I'm like, the numbers just look better than the other one, and that's typically what I look at. So yeah, there's, you know, I'm just very bullish on Steamboat Willie, but there's tons of other stuff that's really good too. What about Batgirl? Common Batgirl. Yeah, we'll do that, but let me look at Starfire first. Look at Starfire. All right, 1,500. She's gone down quite a bit, I believe. I know she's peaked at like 2,200 right before. Wow, over 3 grand, but that's a, yeah. So this is what I look at. See these like very small peaks, and then like flies up all the way up to 3,200, and it's like, whoa, she must be worth 3,200. But then like we get down here, and those peaks are just like literally less than half of what it was before, and she's still just going down. Listings are flying up and to the right. But when you look at like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man Ultra Rare, it's like these peaks are on both sides reaching pretty high, and like as Zombie Hunter Spider-Man's going down, he's still getting, people are still showing levels of interest even as he's consolidating, like, or just, I mean, going down. Consolidating is more like back here, but yeah, I think I'm not saying this is a pump and dump or whatever, like, but the second she pumped, everyone just started selling her off. At a certain point, and like it's still happening. She's literally at an all-time high for listings. And again, I just don't think the Bombshell series NFTs are like too popular. Unfortunately, you know, what's it like? Her, Big Barda, Harley, and I think Death. Those don't seem to be, you know, too incredibly popular. Richard, if you keep spamming, I'm gonna have to time you out. Like I saw your message, I will get to it, but if you keep spamming, I'm gonna have to time you out. And it's usually just because I'm trying to catch up with chat, dude. If money didn't matter at all, what would be your top 3 in Veve? I'd go with Steamboat Willie, Iron Man, and Spider-Man. Just to like own? Like just out of, it seems like out of just pure aesthetic or just nostalgia. That's kind of tough. I have to think about that one for a sec. Take a look at, we'll take a look at Batgirl really quick. Selfie. All one word, right? Okay, good thing it's the FA version, because I think if it was the Artist Alley version, it just doesn't show up on the ecomi side of things because it has the exact same name, and it kind of messes with the server, I guess. Not entirely sure how that happens or works, but I think she's decent. I think she's one of the better NFTs to get for below 200. She's just in that like really weird zone where it's like, all right, is it better to get her or just like stack 2 NFTs? Like, you know, in this case, part of me is like, all right, for 180, I can get a common Deadpool. Is that better than what this is right now? Could this have a higher high? Potentially. Yeah, not entirely certain. I think she's in an okay spot. It's not like the worst investment, but I think you might be better off, a little bit better off with like a common Deadpool, maybe with a like 2 Storms or something. I know I keep saying Storm, but I think she's undervalued. It's going to take her a while to get back up to that point, but gem for gem, I think it's better than Batgirl. But let me double check on Deadpool really quick. I don't think she's a bad buy. Like she could be one of those NFTs that if you're investing, you know, 1,500 gems, you got a couple things, you got like 200 to round it off. I think she's a good purchase. Yeah, where's common Deadpool? So 180. Looking at 300, 300, 310. Yeah, he's a bit shy. He's pulled similar numbers. The listings are a bit higher too. Yeah, she's not bad. I mean, it's just the way the numbers show. I think just popularity wise, I think Deadpool will do way better. But just raw numbers, Batgirl does come out slightly ahead, but not by much though. I think popularity wise, I do think Deadpool will come, and Deadpool does have the massive catalyst, like someone said earlier, that if they do announce something of the removal of cosmetics, all the Deadpools are going to go up 30%, like across the board, so minimum. Should I buy a Laughing Batman? How much did it pump? Thanks for your insight. I think now is not a terrible time to get him. Let me double check. That's number 89, I believe. I don't think it's a terrible time to get him. I was really trying to tell people to get him while he was at 100 and below. But I think now is probably one of the better times to get him. I do feel like he was artificially pumped a lot right here. And people retraced, were taking profits. And then to help exacerbate that even more, then we had the two big IP announcements, which just caused it to just keep going down, right? So I do think this is a decent time to buy. If you really want a Batman, number 89, I think now's the time to get it. I mean, hell, I might even get one myself because it's probably one of my favorite NFTs in the market. That could be the answer to one of your 3 NFTs, right? Where is it? Someone asked that question earlier. Brandon Neff. I think Batman Who Laughs is probably one of my top ones. It's probably top 3, just aesthetically. Batman Who Laughs. Probably one of the Dragon Girls, common or uncommon. I really like the artwork on that. And then, if the new Spider-Man 2099 was animated, oof, that would be so cool, but it's not. So that's tough. Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that last one, but that's 2 of them, I would say. I just opened my Veve app and it popped up a screen saying that my device didn't meet security requirements. It didn't upload. It didn't upload, but after a second time I got the app. Yeah, I've had that error before where it says your security thing doesn't meet the requirements. I just restart the app and it works. So Locknet Richard would be like, yeah, it happens. I know some people, dude, I did the same thing too when I jumped into the chat. Like, I thought that the chat was just glitched or errored, and I did the exact same thing, which is why when people do it, I don't think that they mean to be annoying or whatever. They think there's genuinely something wrong with chat. So that's why I give people the benefit of the doubt that they just don't know, or it's like, hey, like the chat isn't messed up. I'm just behind on chat. So that's how it is. Especially if you're like used to, like, I would say more like Twitch streams and stuff. Like, people don't usually put this much thought into comments. They're just like, they read it, they make like a 1-sentence comment, and they like move on, and they just go and go and go and go, because chat and Twitch is like moving a bit faster and stuff. But I guess it depends on the stream and all that stuff. But I don't think he didn't mean anything rude or malicious by it. Like, it's just, I did the same thing. I think it was the first time I was in I think it was Veve Vision's live stream. I remember asking a question. I'm like, is there something wrong with chat? I was like question marking. I'm like, is it broken? And people are like, no, he's just behind on chat. I'm like, oh, okay. So I asked that same question like 2 or 3 times too, just like that. So it's just, these aren't, because I want to do more than just like, hey, what about Batgirl? I'll be like, oh, Batgirl, she's okay for 200 gems. All right, next question. Like, when I can, and if I have time, I try to give a brief explanation and give a counter recommendation for a similar price point that I think will do better. I try to do that, can't always do it, especially, you know, I don't want to hold up 45 other people or 45 other chat messages because I want to help one person, but, you know. And if someone does do a super chat, it's priority. It is what it is. Thank you so much, of course, Mancurit, I guess. Christopher Hansen. Isn't that the guy that busts the... Yeah, that guy. Anyway, are the Harley Quinn collectibles worth jumping on? Like across the board? I don't know. I mean, they're not a terrible investment. I think it's definitely up there. I think they're pretty solid. FA Harley, of course, considering, you know, the one of the better ones. But I don't know what you mean just in general. Like which ones were undervalued? I would say actually my favorite Harley is actually, see if I can find it. Is this it? No. I'd say like this one's my favorite, maybe. Not the 11. I do kind of like the look of this one. It's like a kind of like a more unique looking one. But God, I thought there was another one. The Steve Pugh Harley Quinn is just in his own league. Steve Pugh just does his own thing. I say his, but it's Steve Pugh, but like she does her own thing. The Steve Pugh one. I don't know. I think they're all right. I still think there's just like better ones out there for now. Again, it's not a terrible point. I think they're solid. The 2.5% fee is nice. I'm thinking of some like Marvel counterparts, but again, you can't go wrong with a lot of the Harleys. I do think there's a small notion to be said that I do think a lot of the DC ones do get sold off first because the 2.5% fee rather than DC or rather than Marvel because the 8.5% fee. But again, like this is what I'm looking at. It's not like she's like flat here and like at 500 and then spikes up to 11 or 1200 and then like flies back down. Like as she's going up, there's levels of interest, there's a sell off, levels of interest, sell off, interest, down. Even though on the back end of this, I guess technically the front end, I'm not sure which way you'd see this. There's at least some small peaks on her way down. Like there's some resistance. She's not just gonna go laying down. Like, but when I look at some of the other ones, it just seems to just collapse and just flat off. And like, I mean, the listings are very, very high. That's an all-time high. Again, I don't really look back here. That's a different time. But like, I usually look over like the last like 3 months, 2 months. Yeah, it's an all-time high for listings. I think she'll get back up. It'll take a little bit longer than maybe some other NFTs. And for the 738 or 735 price point, I think it's pretty solid. But for like all the other Harleys, I can't say. I haven't invested in all the other Harleys just yet. I've had a couple the FA Harley Quinns, and I think the other one I invested in was, I think it was that one I mentioned earlier, like this Harley, because it was the cheapest at the time, and I got it, and I was like, all right, I'll see where this goes. And it did all right, but like just aping into like all the Harley collectibles, I would say no. Mark, Medina, yes. Do you teach this skill, or would you be willing to have students to train? Because I would love to learn the skill. I'm so bullish on Veve and ecomi. It's part of it is, I don't know, even I'm still learning it as I'm doing it, right? It's just mostly just actually being in the market and just identifying IPs. Because something like this, because if there's a chart just like this on like a different IP, I might be a bit more hesitant, but like I'm just very bullish on DC and Harley Quinn in general. It's mostly just time in the market rather than just reading graphs, right? At least in my opinion, it's more than just reading graphs, right? And it's hard to even apply like stock market things on here because like it's not like the stock market. Like there could be a tweet or just a market error, and then all of a sudden the app crashes, or just like the market crashes. Like a lot of stuff can just go wrong, so it's hard to like predict things that far out and stuff. But Mark, I don't know about like teaching a skill or doing whatever. I don't know. Like this is something I do want to do full time. So like if I did want to do a class, it would take like a lot of effort and energy, and that would probably have to be like something that I would obviously have to like raise funds for, or people have to like, try and get in a class for, or something like that. No issue. Yeah, that's, if there's enough people that want to express interest, like learn how to do it, or at least like look at it the same way I do. I mean, I go through this every day. I assume like if you just watch me enough, you could probably understand. I recommend the same stuff a lot, and but occasionally I do learn new things and learn new NFTs to kind of recommend people, which is always exciting. Mark, so Logan, literally everything is worth jumping on. These discounts are wild. Thanks for the videos. Going to grab what I can up now. Yep, exactly. Everything. I think as long as you stick with the right IP, you buy the stuff. Even if you go with Coca-Cola or something else, like those are still strong IPs. Like those will do well enough. But like, don't ape in and buy 1,500 gems worth of Kripkins or whatever. That's just not my recommendation. But. Harley Quinn series, they seem to be stagnant for some reason. I mean, everything is kind of chilling out right now, for the most part. I do think we're going to see some big market movement tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, things are either continue to dip because the market is actually, whatever the market algorithm is to detect listings could get worse or it could get better, and all of a sudden things are just flying up in price. So it's hard to say. Nice picks. Thanks for doing these again. I'll try and say thanks every watch because I really do enjoy these. Of course. And if you do just bounce out or leave, like it's fine too. I don't think twice about it. Richard Smith, can you check out FAC Rogers? Sure. Not sure really what you want me to break down about him. So it typically, like, I don't ask people to do this. Like, you don't have to, but like it does help when you know, ask me if you like, hey, can you look at Steve Rogers? Is it a good time to buy? Hey, I own one. Should I sell it? Or, hey, I have this other NFT. I was thinking about trading it for a Steve Rogers. What do you think? But if you just give me like a hey, look at this. I don't know what to look at it. Like, what perspective am I looking at this? As a buyer, a seller, as a stacking or a flipping technique, or not technique, but you know, flipping strategy. Like, what am I looking at this as? Initially, I think it's a good buy point right now. If you're bullish on Steve Rogers, like now it would have been nice to get him at, you know, 122, but he's at where he's at. Listings are still pretty high. Yeah, honestly, I'm still more bullish on just like the new Spider-Mans. Like, I'd rather buy a Spider-Man. I think he's gonna go well above 200, like the new Spider-Man, in my opinion, over Steve Rogers. So that's my take. I do see Steve Rogers getting above 200, but I think the other Spider-Man will get there first and like keep going a little bit. Like, I see the Spider-Man, the newest one, chilling around like 250, in my honest opinion. Like, as much as I hate to say it, not even hate to say it, but it's like the new Spider-Man is half the mints of Steve Rogers. It's a more popular superhero. It's gonna go higher than what Steve Rogers is. So I'd rather get the new Spider-Man, to be honest. Like the Marvel Mighty Spider-Man. Jake Hades, price seems to be coming down, thinking that waiting a bit longer may yield more bargains. Possibly. I think part of it, again, is the market is being weird. People have been claiming they bought something, it doesn't update on the market for like 20 minutes, and then people see that and they undercut it. But yeah, that's it. So Low Life 1129, can you look at Zombie Hunter Spider-Man? Common? Yeah, it's great. I think it's one of the best purchases for like 250 you can possibly do. I remember buying 9 of them a while back when they were at like 275, 280. And I flipped 7 of them. I still have 2 left. I wasn't able to sell them off in time, but I still have 7 left. And I'm just waiting to buy. So at 240, it's a great buy. I mean, they peaked at 490 not too long ago, even though I know ecomi says like 440. I remember I've sold one at 140, or sorry, 480 before. So I know ecomi doesn't reflect that, but it has gone that high. So Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, easily one of the best NFTs you can get for like 250. Can you look at, okay, I already did that. So I hope that helps Low Life. I'm trying to think of another NFT that could potentially do better. The only one I think that could do maybe slightly better, if you're willing to put a little bit more into it, it's one that we looked up earlier, and that is the 71 Batman. So this one peaked at, like we said, 480. But if you can afford the extra 60 gems, Batman number 71, this dude has peaked at almost 600 at one point. The total listings are pretty high. I do think Spider-Man will reach his high faster than this Batman, but I think he might surpass Spider-Man, but like at a very short period of time. So I would say if you want consistency, go with Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. But if you want maybe something that's still solid, a smaller fee, maybe slightly more speculative, and it might take a bit longer because of those high listings, this could reach a higher high, but only for a small period of time. So that would be up to you. Let's see. No, not this one. I was looking at the black and white and red series. Okay, I think you mentioned the Harley, right? Let me look at this up again. So the black, white, and red. So that series, which is pretty much all of them, but like 2. Yeah, that's all of them, but the black and white and the bombshell. So I think these ones are all right. Let's see. Let's take a look at Harley Quinn. We select the number 12. looking at the cheaper ones just because I do think those are the most affordable ones. As you go up in price, it actually gets a bit more competitive. Like people start looking at other things. Like if I'm looking at this Harley Quinn number 13, I'm like, oh, I can buy Harley Quinn number 13 for 900. It's like, or I can just get Steamboat Willie or Wonder Woman or any of those other ones that I think would perform a bit better. And honestly, this one doesn't have much room to move up to 1250. Considering the dip that we're having right now, she's not moving much. I mean, there is something to be said that she is holding value. But I think it's mostly just due to the low mints. There's just not a lot to be had here. I don't know. Let's look at another one. You know, like this one, this Harley Quinn. You could buy this, or you can buy, you know, all the $1,000 NFTs that I just mentioned, or the 1,000 gem NFTs I just mentioned. Or you can buy a Becky Cloonan Batman, which is done just as well. I mean, this one's actually has a pretty good peak as well. This one's actually doing $4,000. I mean, this one's freaking half off. She's had another peak at 3,900. But it's like not FA. It's rare, and I don't know. Maybe people are just really emphasizing the low mints. It's only got 750. I don't know. I would need to see more than this, especially something with this low mint. Low mints are pretty hard to judge. They are very volatile. Like the prices can fly up really quickly, so can the listings. So, I would probably still go with Becky Cloonan, or I guess I would rather get Uncommon Steamboat Willie, get a Zombie Hunter ultra rare, and then I still have 300 gems left over to stack something else. So, so I hope that helps, Chris Hansen. Just don't call the police on me. Alex Morales. Comic SR New Mutants 98, bought one at 2.6k. Dude, that's awesome. I don't know if that's a good price, but dude, like, just securing a solid, like, everything right now is in a dip. New Mutants is huge, and it's a secret rare. I think a lot of people are sleeping on that one. That is one I've consistently heard from multiple content creators and other comic book collectors, that like people are still sleeping on New Mutants. It might be because maybe comics or VVRank.com, the guy who runs Sleeping in Comics, puts it at like a mid B tier, and it's like not A tier, but who knows? But dude, like, you made a move, you stuck with it. That's solid. I think comics is an untapped market, and I'll be honest, I'm too lazy to understand it, at least like fully. I think maybe at the very least I'll study at least like the top 10 comics plus the New Mutants and stuff, but I think that's the least I could do because there's just so many comics to study. Maybe I should at least look into like the significant first appearances and try to compare those to the collectibles, because I feel like I'm not like leading people astray by any means, but it's like all I know is the collectible side, but there's a whole other market of comics that very few people actually understand, and that could be advantage. If you understand that market, that's an advantage. Board Cube, one of the most slept on NFT on the app in my opinion. D Mexican Taco. I mean, we'll pull it up. I think it's falling victim to the exact same thing that Adventure Time, Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, what else? What other NFTs? Let's go Powerpuff Girls, you know, Coca-Cola even. It's like they're pretty big name NFTs, but there's just better ones for similar price points. I don't know which board cube you mean. I mean, this one's pretty darn cheap. This one up to 260, 170. Yeah, like even at this price point, I would still rather have Batgirl. Batgirl's had a higher high than this. I'd rather have Deadpool. For an extra 13 gems, you can get a Deadpool. That's the only issue, right? Is like there's just other NFTs that have higher highs, more consistent volume, and like look at this, it's just been consolidating for so long, and it's peaked, and like I'm saying this as a huge Star Trek fan. Like I've watched every Star Trek series. I've watched except for Picard, the newest one, and I've watched a good portion of the original series. I think I've watched enough of that show. Plus, there's so many memes of Kirk jumping off of walls and doing like silly wrestling moves that I think I get the gist of it as a meme. But I've watched The Next Generation. I've watched Deep Space Nine. I've watched Enterprise. I've watched Voyager. I've watched, God, what's it called? STD. I've watched that one, which I was not a huge fan of. Like, I like the classic series, and Next Generation is my favorite. Followed by Deep Space Nine. I think Deep Space Nine is really good too. It's a close second, I would say, honestly, to Next Generation. Then Voyager, then Enterprise, then whatever the hell STD is. So yeah. And I haven't seen, what's it called? Below Decks, or whatever the deck one is. I forgot the name of it. And I'm saying this as a Star Trek fan. You know, I still might buy one of these for my dad, because he's a big he's not a big Trekkie, but he introduced me to Star Trek and stuff. So I think I still actually need to buy these up and get him. Maybe I'll give it to him as a gift for his birthday. It's not coming till July, but yeah, he likes Star Trek and he introduced me to it. So, but are these being slept on? Not necessarily. Is it as big as the Star Wars fandom? No. Are they just as like passionate and avid? Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, they definitely are. But money wise, you know, it's not like Star Wars is backed by Disney. They're not trying to push this, like, you know, and I think that's kind of working against Star Trek, unfortunately. The last few shows have been very lackluster, and I think the fandom in general don't like it, which is why, you know, I'm not saying that's the reason why they're not doing well on Veve, but in general, it's hard to get excited about it with that stuff. Like, that's why Spider-Man's doing so well, because Marvel has done such a good job of just promoting all their heroes, pushing very good movies, making good scripts, good heroes, and pushing it out enough to where people are constantly seeing Marvel superheroes all the time. But when it comes to some of these other IPs, that's why I think some of the other IPs just aren't doing that well in general. So yeah, and actually, this is probably a good buy point. Like, if I wanted to buy these for my dad or something like that, this is a good buy point to buy one. If you're a big Star Trek fan, and you want to buy a Borg cube as well as a USS Enterprise, now's the good time to do it. But as like a long-term hodl, or if you want to hard stack these, you can. But I just think other ones are going to perform better, in my opinion. So that's just my take. I mean, we'll even take a look at Enterprise, because come on, Enterprise. There's Enterprise. Enterprise D. It's the uncommon. 170. So this one peaked at 3,200 again. Like, it's still not even. I do like seeing this though, as the mints are going up, or not mints, but as the listings are going up, there is a bit of resistance. Like, people want to buy these up. I think people are really hesitant to have this go below 220. So every time it touched 220, went back up. 220 went back up, and I mean, you can only let that go for so long. It seemed like 180 was the next, or 185 was the next holding point, but even then, I mean, now's a good time to buy. But is it undervalued? I would say no. Comparative to other NFTs, I would say no. And that total listings is decently high as well. So yeah, that's my take on it. Can you take a look at the golden moments? Yeah, I can do that in a bit. Did you already cover Gwen? Yeah, Gwen Stacy. I think she's great. If she's around 100, I could definitely see her going up to 200, in my opinion. I think whatever market correction is going to happen today or tomorrow, as long as they fix the market, because people are claiming listings aren't showing up, that kind of stuff, or listings aren't being removed once you purchase it for like 20 minutes. So once they fix that, I do think Gwen Stacy will pull ahead, or just, sorry, Ghost Spider will get ahead. So I think now, if you're thinking about buying one, now's the time to do it. Again, not financial advice, but yeah. Do you already, so golden moments, I don't know what you want me to look at in the golden moments. Yeah, just let me know what about the golden moments you want me to look at. Like, I kind of need some direction. Like, which one's the best to buy, which one's undervalued, how would I rank them? Because that's a lot of NFTs to go over. I've got a Cersei Marvel Mighty at 48, feels bad. Can we glance at the disaster chart, please? Okay. I'll rub the salt in the wound. And Brandon Neff, I appreciate you still being here. I know you said you needed to run, but what was the box price of these? So these were Marvel Mighty, so these had to be 13, right? I mean, you're down 10 gems, but I don't know how much you hard stacked these. You bought it at her. Aw. All right, at least it's only one, right? As long as you didn't buy like 40 of these, you know, you're chilling. But yeah, this is rough. Listings haven't like moved all that much. I mean, it has gone up 100 since this. Yeah, I always thought the Marvel Mighties, like, they look cool, but it just looks weird that like all of them have like weird flat feet. They look like cow hooves or like a horse like hooves or something like that. Like, it just looks a bit weird on a lot of the Marvel Mighties. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's just trending down and to the right, which is why I'm not I think, as much as I hate to say it, the Eternals are the weakest version of the Marvel Mighties, and it shows. A lot of them are down across the board, and like the show didn't do that well, and yeah, I think this kind of goes in the reason why I think people aren't too psyched about it. It's like, if the show is crap, it's not relatable, and they try to do too much in one series or whatever it is. If it's not received well, and the superheroes aren't relatable, and I haven't seen the show at all, or the Marvel Mighties. I don't even know if it's a show or a movie, to be honest. But from what it sounded like, they just try to cram a lot into whatever the Eternals was. How do you feel about Superman? I like it. I do think he is due for a huge pump in the near future. I mean, he's below 5K, which is absurd, in my personal opinion. I do not see him standing at this price point anytime soon. Someone did buy a low mint. What? Someone bought a 4,100 mint for 15K? That seems a bit weird. Oh well. Yeah, I like it. He's a grail, but he's on the very low end of the grails, in my opinion. At least that's what the numbers have been showing me. I mean, you can speculate all you want in popularity and all that stuff, but again, I think Superman's also a victim of just bad movies, just bad media for a decade. Like, he hasn't had the best movies the last 10 years. You know, MCU has done a much better job promoting the Avengers and the movies and introducing superheroes. They thought way far ahead. They introduced a lot of their heroes before they even put them in like the main movie, right, for the Avengers. Like the Marvels or just MCU or whatever. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit tired. They thought like so far ahead, and they slowly introduced all the superheroes. Like, but when it came to like the Justice League, it's like they only had movies on like Superman and Wonder Woman, and that's it. And even then, like I think Wonder Woman came out. I'm trying to remember, or was it Aquaman? Like, Aquaman came out like a month before like Justice League or something. I don't know, but they just like mashed it all together. They just like forced it in. Like, hey, like Avengers is doing well. Let's just throw together the Justice League, and we're not patient enough to actually spend the next 4 or 5 years to like have a setup and build a good story and like actually set up a good bad guy. It's like, no, we're just gonna throw it in there. Like, and we're gonna also have Superman die in the last 2 movies. Like, yeah, Man of Steel, but we're just gonna have probably the most powerful character, one of the most powerful characters in the DC universe, just die twice. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Your thoughts on the Coke Snow Globe uncommon? I think it's a good pickup. As of right now, I might edge slightly towards like Ghost Spider. I think she can go up a bit higher, in my opinion. But for like a hard stack, like if you're trying to stack them, I do think you'll have an easier time selling the common Snow Globes. Gem for gem, the uncommons will give you the most return, but it might take you a bit longer to sell. That's what I've been told and kind of my experience. John Wachtonik? Opinion on Human Torch. I mean, he's the best one. Not just because he's like the rare or whatever, but hello. There it is. I could have sworn didn't he peak at like 330 at one point, maybe even higher. So it could be like a good little time to buy him. Okay, maybe not that high. I peaked at 230. I think there's just better. I'd rather just pick up the new Spider-Man, to be honest, for 150. What is the new Spider-Man? Where's he at now? Like, he's had higher highs, and not just because he's like new and stuff, but I do think he could go up a bit higher. Yeah, he's already moving up.
I like the Human Torch. He's the best one of the Fantastic Four, but in general, I sadly at this point, I think the only Marvel Mighties that are worth investing in, and if you want the highest return, is the new Spider-Man series. It's the lowest price. They have the most room to grow. They have the least amount of mints, the most popular IP. You know, get the Spider-Mans while you can. You know, Spider-Woman is doing her thing. I knew she'd be the cheapest. I didn't think she'd be going for box price, but you know, it is what it is. And Ghost Spider, I do think is undervalued at 96. I do see her pumping up to 200. Like, if the market corrects and they fix all the stuff, like, I do see these correcting to be pretty well. Sorry, I got confused with the naming convention and the description. Oh, okay. I don't know. New Mexico thought bought 13 storms uncommon for around 45 gems each. One should start considering to sell. There's two techniques to do it. You can either hodl for a long term, but if you need to like liquidate it to get some gems in the meantime and have it like a passive source of income, you can just start, I think the term is like dollar cost averaging or whatever as you go up. So for storms, and again, I think storms fit the same description as the Coke bottles. You'll probably have an easier time selling the common storms over the uncommons, but that's just my take. So, okay, so she was going for 80. So you bought them for 45. I mean, that's a good deal. I mean, she's already going up. What you could do is list one at like, it depends on how fast you think the market's going to go up. I mean, 13 is a lot to sell. Mexican Taco. If you're trying to get rid of them sooner rather than later, I would legit list them for like, I would legit list one for 85, 90, 95, like on your way up. And like, even if she gets back up to her all-time high, you've only sold like 4 of them, 5 of them. You still have 6 more to go. You know, if you're just looking for those profits and just trying to move those gems somewhere else, because that's a lot right there. Let me get a calculator really quick. Let's call it an average. Let's just say you sold a majority of them at like 90. Let's just say you sold them all at 90. You know, say you sold a little bit below, but you sold a good amount for above. Minus 8.5%. Okay, so you got 1,070 gems. That's solid, and you paid what, 45 for each? Yeah, that's how you grow. I mean, he basically doubled his money. He went from 585 all the way up to 1,070. I mean, it's not quite doubling, but I mean, you're getting pretty damn close. So that's what stacking can do. The only issue is getting rid of 13 of them is going to take some time. So you can either sell them as she's going up, or, you know, I don't recommend just putting a hard sell wall or anything like that. It just depends. If you're willing to wait around a bit for her, maybe even willing to keep one just for, you know, whether for just yeah, it's up to you. Those would be the techniques I would do. Either sell it on the way up or when you think she's hit her peak. Because once she's hit this peak, like when NFTs hit their peaks like this, especially when you have those like stacking NFTs, they're so vulnerable to an announcement. The second there's an announcement, it starts dropping. And if you're trying to underlist people and try to make profit, at that point, you're just trying to catch a falling knife. Like, you might as well try and catch it on the way up, because on the way back down, it is much harder to sell. And you're also obviously getting less profit. So yeah, maybe list one for 85, another one for 90. And that's the other thing too I like about it is, like, if you see one sell at 85 and then like 90, like really quick, like, oh wow, like the floor is really moving, then you can actually delist your one at like 95 and 100 if you think it's going to run to 105, and like put a couple at 105. Like, there's different ways you can approach it. But Mexican Taco, that's awesome, dude. That's a good long-term hodl. You definitely had some conviction there. So like I said, if you're trying to get rid of them sooner rather than later, I would just put one up every like five gems or so incrementally. But if you're willing to hold them a bit longer and you're really trying to get the most you can out of it, wait till it goes up a bit and then maybe start doing that same technique. But wait till she gets to like 95 and then do like 100, 105. It's up to you. Harley Quinn number 11 is on the FA on comics. It's cool. I didn't know that, Meat Angel. Angel Salas, or is it Angel Salas? Price prediction for Spidey Mighty. I think, from what I've noticed, this is more speculation. From what I've heard,
The market is not being updated when people buy stuff. You know, when people buy something, it's being stuck on the market, which is causing a lot of undercutting. But if they fix that, if Veve fixes that like overnight, I think I could see the new Spider-Man hitting like 280, 300. And the next, it could be as early as tomorrow if they fix all of it, and then people notice that like the floors are just completely messed up and he starts running up. Or it could take a week. Like, but I could see Spider-Man pulling numbers like that, in my opinion. Howdy, what's your take on Superman? What was the lowest it hit during the latest dip? How much will it drop? It's at the lowest right now. It's at 44.8. I already pulled it up. I still think he's a grail, but I think he's a low tier grail, in my opinion. A little bit too vulnerable to dips. People are saying it's the FA Superman. Like, don't get me wrong, I know he's popular and all that stuff, but there's a lot of other FAs. There's a lot of other superheroes on the platform too. So as of right now, what I'm seeing number wise, yeah, this is his lowest dip since then. You know, he's basically where he was at a few weeks ago. So the dip is hitting him pretty hard. I think right now is an excellent time to pick him up, assuming the dip doesn't continue. I mean, the dip might continue tomorrow if Veve doesn't fix their listing issue. But if they do, I could see some reversals. Like, this thing could go up pretty quick. Do you think the Dragon Girl Secret Rare is a good buy? Let me look. Probably not. I don't know. I'm just pretty bullish on like the big 3 IPs. There's 2 Secret Rares, isn't there? There's this one, and then okay, maybe not. There's the Ultra Rare and the Secret Rare. Secret Rare for 1,200 or 1,300. People are like relying way too much on low mints. I think it's pretty clear what's been happening over the last 2 months. People like popularity over mints. You know, 2,222 mints is low, but does it really matter when you know, we have what's it called? Steamboat Willie is going for 1,000 right now, and it peaked at I think 1,900, which is not far off from here. And that thing has, you know, 20,000 mints, 15,000 mints. You know, people are valuing popularity over mints. I think a year ago, people valued mint number and rarity and scarcity, and maybe even like the level, like secret rare, common, like they valued that more in the past, but now it's more about popularity. There's so many people on the app that just want a Spider-Man or want this character or whatever, and they're valuing that more. They don't care if it's common, they don't care if, as long as it's typically FA, and you know, it doesn't even have to be FA, but obviously that's the one that's probably most coveted. Is it a good buy? I would still rather get a Steamboat Willie uncommon and still have 200 gems, 300 gems left over to buy a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. And both of those I think will do better than this. Do I think the Secret Rare will hit up to, let's say, 2,200 again? Yeah, it's going to take a while though. Is this something that could be sold in the secondary market? Not secondary market, but like Immutable X? We'll see. I'm not a huge fan of speculating too much into Immutable X because we're still having issues with our current app and transferring it. I don't know. I'd rather buy something else, but are you wrong for buying it? I know she's, you know, roughly half off, but bit of a risk, but I'd rather just stick with something that's consistent and that people know. So yeah. What is considered a low serial number? So low serial number, sub 100 is pretty universal across the board, unless it has less than 100 or around that, which I don't think any do. I'm sure there's some that have less than that, but I don't know them off the top of my head. Typically sub 100, like it's the bottom. If you're in the bottom 20% of the maximum serial numbers or mints, that's lowish. Bottom 10%, you're getting pretty low, and then if you're in the bottom 100, that's very low. That's my take on it. And sometimes there's some significant numbers that are to be grabbed, even if it isn't low. You know, I think some people with Steamboat Willie, people are trying to grab like 1928 because that's the year that Steamboat Willie came out. So that could be a big deal. Same thing with like Ben Riley. If you get the max mint number of the uncommon, which is 616, no, that's the ultra rare. If you get the max mint number of the ultra rare 616, that's a big deal because that's like the Marvel universe that it takes place in. 616. That's like the one we live in and all that stuff. So some numbers, it doesn't always have to be sub 100. You know, low hundreds are good. You know, it depends. It depends entirely on the mints and how many were made. Could C3PO have more value when bases are removed because he is already correctly colored? Golden moment. I don't know. I don't think that'll just give him additional value just because his color matches. I mean, it's not stopping R2D2 from going up in price. He's not the same color. Neither is Walt or Iron Man or any of them, but they're going up in price. So I don't think that's going to be like a reason why he goes up in price, because he like matches the same color. But kind of an interesting thought though, John. Interesting thought. But I think that was kind of a cool thing. People are like, hey, it's the same color. Like that is C3PO, right? What'd be a better investment? Spider-Man 2099, Steamboat Willie Uncommon, or Wonder Woman? They're all like, aren't they like 1,000 gems apart? Like Wonder Woman's like 900 right now. Steamboat Willie Uncommon's like 1,000, and like the new 2099 one is yeah, like 1,800. So put them. I assume you mean put them together. You know, if you want to, you know, if you really believe in the secret rare, having the first secret rare of the Marvel Mighties, and you're very bullish on Spider-Man 2099 and all that, probably that one. But I think for consistency's sake, and there is history of Steamboat Willie Uncommon and Wonder Woman doing very well, I'd probably pick that for consistency's sake. So if you're a bit more speculative, Spider-Man 99 or 2099. But if you want consistency, Knight Rider, I would say Steamboat Willie Uncommon and Wonder Woman. I assume you meant to put an and not an or between those two. So, Mark Medina, what are your top 3 buys with super low risk, with high potential reward right now? Price doesn't matter. Price doesn't matter. I wonder if this is still at the price that I think it is. Why is it showing me this? Come on, work with me. There it is. Come on. One of them is... Okay, initially, and it still might not be bad. Initially, I was going to say Altogether Now Ultra Rare Mickey. He bottomed out at 7,700 yesterday. And I'm like, this thing was at 10 grand. Not too long ago, and this went down to 7,700. Someone looks like someone actually bought one at 6,800 at one point, which is mind-boggling. Yeah. So there's that one. I think either of these are both ridiculously undervalued. Happy Whistles peaked at 1,800 and touched 1,400 multiple times. Jaunty Jig has peaked at 1,200. Both of these are legitimately like 33% off right now. So, and it's Disney. It's the first appearance of Mickey. Like, it has so much historical relevance. Like, that is pretty low risk right now. Huge upside. So like low risk. Like, you can't get much more low risk than Disney Mickey right now. Low risk, golden moments. Like, I don't know. Like, it's hard to say what you consider. Todd, of course. Todd is unanimously considered in the community as like the grail of all grails. You know, being the grail of grail doesn't mean you're the most expensive. It just means, in my opinion, me personally, that whenever a new grail is introduced into the community, it's usually compared to this guy. He's talked about every day, maybe a little bit less so recently, but the Veve community, all the old school people are avid about him. He's taken a pretty big dip so far, but people have said over and over and over and over again, like, Todd's going to be at 100K by the end of the year. And do I believe that? Maybe not 100K, but if he falls short and goes to like 80, like, that's not bad, like, at all whatsoever. So Todd is very solid. You know, of course, Walt. I don't want to just throw a bunch of grails at you and just say like, oh, this is the best. But those are very solid. So I give you, let's try that. So I give you a Disney, I give you a DC, Marvel. It's hard not to go with Spider-Man. Like any of the Spider-Mans, in my opinion. Like you know, this you know, I don't expect you to afford this secret rare Spider-Man or anything like that, but like there's a reason why. Where is it? There's a reason why this is at 71k. It's gone down a bit, but yeah, any of the Spider-Mans are gonna get you a good return. Of course, the higher the rarity, you know, the better it is or whatever. But yeah, I would say those are probably my my least risky investments or whatever you could say. Green Goblin just jumped up a bit. Yep, it's almost like people are realizing the market isn't bottoming out. Mixo19, what do you think about the new Black Cat figure? Black Cat. How much do we need to hold it? Black Cat. Do you mean Black Cat? Oh, that one. Okay, I was like, Black Cat, what? How much do we need to hold it? It depends on how much you bought it for. I think she's okay. I don't think the rarity is going to be enough to carry her. I still think Spider-Man's going to be worth more than her. She'll be worth more than Ghost Spider. And Spider-Woman's going to be at the bottom, but... So, obviously, and most expensive, Spider-Man $20.99, Green Goblin, Spider-Man, Black Cat, Ghost Spider, then Spider-Woman. That's how I see it. It might have to come down to it between Ghost Spider and Black Cat, but it's going to be close between Black Cat and Ghost Spider, but I would just hold it, dude. I think Black Cat could hit 200 after the market correction. Everything kind of fixes itself. I could see it go back up. Marvel Mighties are cheap. Way to get a lot of MCP points. True. How much would you sell Uncommon Stamp number 81 and 91 from the New Year drop? I have no idea. I haven't taken a single look at those. If I just put New Year, will it pull it up? If I just put new. If I look at by the number 94. It's not even showing up on here. I don't know. Why is it not showing up? Or am I just like not looking at it right? I don't even know what they're called. I mean, when I didn't win the drop, I just kind of like moved on with my life. Let's see here. Do I put Lunar in there? These all have the name Lunar, right? Oh, Year of the Tiger, Year of the... Okay, if I put Year in there instead. Year. Year? Year? I'm not finding them. Also, my thing just being weird, so... I'm not too sure, dude. I'm not seeing it up here, and like... Price evaluation of stamps, I have no idea. Honestly, if I got them on drop, which I didn't, I'd probably sell them pretty quickly. Like, I don't care too much, honestly, to like sit around on my phone for 6 hours, like trying to get an extra 15 gems for my stamp. That's just me personally. I wish I could help you out, Night Rider, but I don't know why it's like not pulling this up. Maybe if because when I organize, so whenever you join ecomi wiki, if you go to market, command load, and I go to let's go, and it pulls up the market. Usually it always pulls up the most recent NFTs that dropped, but it's not pulling up the stamp, so there could be something going on there. Might need to change this. Try and clear my thing. Might help, I don't know. It's just like the lag. Okay, so let's double time this a little bit. Green Goblin, FA long-term hold? Yes, of course. Me meow. Me meow. I like the name. Jean Racanisio? I probably butchered that. Any thoughts on the rare Santa stamps? Any pump on stamps in general? I have no idea. Stamps, I'm probably one of the least bullish people on stamps, to be quite honest. I'd probably put stamps in C tier if I could. Like, I'll probably be doing a tier list rating at some point in the near future, and I'll have legitimately all the categories of NFTs and stuff like that, and I'll post them, and there'll be S tier, A tier, B, C, D, Me personally, I'd probably put stamps in high C tier. Like it's not what I'm too bullish about, but that's, again, it's just my opinion. So, but John, I like Santa, rare Santa stamps. Okay, at least has them all here. Let's look at the numbers here. And I will say, if you're trying to collect Master Collector points, I do think the Santa or like the Christmas stamps are one of the cheapest sets you could possibly get, as far as I can remember. Yeah, now's a good time to buy. I do feel like at this point it does seem like all the NFTs are rebounding, but then again, I said it yesterday, but I did not foresee the market issues that are currently happening right now, so that does happen. Is Donald a hold? I got a drop. I have been debating selling him at 750 or selling C3PO to have money to stack and flip these. No. John, I would... It depends. If you're not able to put more money in the app, at the very least, if you were going to sell, wait till the pump happens. And I'm telling you that with like every fiber of my being. Don't sell at this point right now. Sell when C3PO hits 4.5K and when, what's the other one? Donald. When Donald goes up to 900, that's when you want to sell. Like you seem like the type of person that wants to play the flipping game and really understand the market. If that's what you want to do, risking a golden moment and a Disney card to pull that off. I've been there and I've done it, to be able to play the game. If that's what you want to do, you can, but don't do it at the bottom of the market. I don't know why my skin is getting itchy. Edward Garcia, thoughts on Lucky? Good time to buy one? I am very, not a huge fan of just most of the independent artist stuff. It's very speculative unless there are legitimately communities built around it, like the Omikongs and like the Little Friend Silvers and stuff like that. It's very hard to carry it compared to like the other big hitting IPs right now. Like I'll pull up Lucky right now if I could spell Lucky right. That's not how you spell it. Also getting a bit late too for me. What time is? Oof, I'm streaming for 4 hours. Probably need to get off soonish. Lucky, I would honestly, as much as I hate to say it, I would rather buy literally anything else than a Lucky right now for 1650. It's done absolutely nothing but down and trend to the right. It last peaked at 2400 for a brief period of time. There's not a lot of resistance on the way down. Listings are at an all-time high, meaning people are trying to take profits. I'd rather have, honestly, I'd rather have a rare Spider-Man than a Lucky. I'd rather have an uncommon Steamboat Willie plus Jason Fabok and a new Spider-Man than, for the same price point too. I'm not just like pulling NFTs out of my ass. Like these are all within the same price point. You could legitimately double up on common Steamboat Willies for this price point. I think that all those would do better. Like, unless you can time it when it hits here, you're gonna miss it, and it's just gonna drop down another 10%. You're gonna miss it, it's gonna drop down another 10-15%. That's just the trend on it. I don't remember if this was like airdropped or anything, but again, it's independent artists, like they rely too much on low mints for it to give it value. And you can see that it's done nothing but do this. There's a brief period of plateauing for legitimately 2 weeks, but then right back down to downtrending. Any type of announcement, it's going down. So I no. First time I'll say this, just no. Anything else than Lucky. Edward Garcia, yeah, I don't mean to like try and be rude or whatever, but like just no. Prime Duo, what are you guys stacking right now? Yeah, I'm kind of curious if people are stacking. What are people stacking right now? I could give some suggestions, but I'm just kind of curious if people are stacking. Chaka Jersey picked up a common and uncommon Steamboat Willie tonight. Prices seem too low. 900 for uncommon, ridiculous. If that is the case right now, now's a very good time to scoop one up. Caleb, hey bro, bought many earlier today. What was her price day of the drop, and what was the price prediction of her? It's just gonna go up, dude. Like, If you bought her now, if you bought anything right now, they're usually at their bottom and they're going to recover and go back up. Other than Lucky. Don't buy Lucky. Buy anything other than Lucky. And I'm talking honestly just independent artists in general, in my opinion. Did you say a price? Wow, sorry, I skipped you, Mar, but let me get to this really quick and I'll get back to you. Bought money earlier today. Okay, hopefully you got her for 420, but if you got her at 470, like that's completely fine. I think when the market rebounds or at least like corrects, I can definitely see her going for like 650. No kidding. And these are, you know, these cards are not grails, but I would treat these cards the same way I would treat the common and uncommon Steamboat Willies. You know, maybe Goofy's, you know, he's not a grail or a big time thing like the ultra rare Steamboat Willie, but I would put these on par with like the common and uncommon, where I'm like, if you have enough money for these, and it could get to that point where I'm like, if you have enough money for these, just buy it. Especially if they're discounted like this, like just buy it. But I'm very bullish on the cards in general and stuff. But no, that's a solid pickup. It's Disney. It's probably one of the most just everything about it. Like the picture, it's a classic look. It's gold trim, handwritten. It has a signature on the back. It's lenticular, which has like the room that kind of emulates what their personalities like. Has the music. Like it's a collector's thing. It's just straight up a collector's thing, through and through. Harv. Okay, just picked up a 2 4-digit mints, sub 4,000 for a 79 gems. What are your thoughts on my pickup? I don't even know what you bought. I don't even know what you mean. Just picked up 2 4-digit mints, sub 4,000 for. It entirely depends on what you bought. I don't even know what you bought. Harv, I also don't have the Spider-Man FA comment chart and purchased mine at 850 gems. Dude, that's a great time to buy. He's peaked at 1,600 before, so but I think you mean Spider-Man's. Oh, sub 4,000 for. I don't even know what you purchased. Oh my God, Sam Wilson. Okay, Sam Wilson. Yeah, Sam Wilson's a good buy right now. I mean, he's at his bottom. I see like, oh my God, Sam Wilson. I'm like, I don't even know what you bought, dude. Like, you bought what? Like, there's a big difference between I bought, you know, some comics, and I'm like, all right, that's not that impressive. But I think sub 4,000 mints is not going to fetch you a premium. It might get you some eyeballs when you're trying to sell it for around floor price, like if you're trying to flip it. But it's not like you're going to ask for 25% above floor, right? Yeah, pretty good. Let's see. And then you said Spider-Man. Yeah, buying Spider-Man, the common, this one, is a great time to buy 850. You probably bought it at its low end. Yeah, you bought it down here. That's, or you know, a little bit higher, but that's great. I mean, look where you peaked at. 1,300, 970. I have no concern. Like, yeah, the listings are high. It doesn't show a lot of candles around it. And like, it's Spider-Man. It's common. It's the one on the loading screen. Like, it's the one you want. That's a very good pickup, Harv. John, rare comics are the cheapest MCP points as of now for 60 gems and under. Yeah, especially now, because they were like, I think before this gem squeeze, like the cheapest ones you could get were like 80 gems or so. Like even like the trash tier comic rares were going for 80 gems. And you know, that's kind of one thing, is like how good are some of these comics in the rare category? Are they that good, or are they just being artificially propped up by the Master Collector program? Who knows? Knight Rider, what would be the better buy? A second Steamboat Willie uncommon or a second mini card and my first Mickey card? My gut instinct says Willie uncommon. But I mean, you got to get Minnie and Mickey together, right? Come on. I mean, if you want more gems to play with and flip with, go with the uncommon. But if you kind of want to complete the set, get Mickey and Minnie, and obviously you'll get a little bit less money for selling a mini versus an uncommon Steamboat Willie. But yeah, either one is great. It's just which one do you want to collect more? Like, you want to kind of collect it and have the little set, of Minnie and Mickey. That's up to you. If you don't really care about that, I would get Steamboat Willie uncommon and just use it for an opportunity to flip. That's an excellent thing to have a second thing of. Neon Vibes, put a capital Y. Interesting. Angel Salas. I'm gonna call you Angel. I have no idea if that's right, but what price do you think Donald Duck will reach in next week? Without even looking at the price, I think he can reach 850, 900. Again, I do think the market's going to correct very well after this. I think that just with the market issues and all that stuff, I do think the market will correct itself after this. I think people are sleeping on Donald Duck a lot, and just the fact that he's had hit the, like, I know this is during the market hype and all that stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, but I think Donald Duck could hit those numbers pretty easily in a week. It entirely depends though. If as long as Veve doesn't drop another huge name IP or drop or anything like that within the next week, I could see Donald Duck doing that potentially. P, is Terry Dodson Harley Quinn undervalued? I don't even know which one that is. What's a good amount of gems to have on yours on the side, in your opinion? You know, considering that it seems like these 120 gem drops are becoming a bit more frequent, ideally you have about 150 gems on reserve, because you never know when Veve is going to announce some back-to-back or multi-series drops where it requires you to have 50 to 60 gems, and you want to make sure that you're able to have enough gems to play those out, because sometimes you get something really good and you want to hodl it, but if you don't have enough gems for the next drop, now you have to sell something else and things are already squeezing. And yeah, I mean, even just look at the most recent one, right? Like, even though it's inexpensive, you know, Donald Duck, you know, the cards were 40 and the Marvel Midas were 13. It very easily could have been two back-to-back things that cost 50 gems each or 60 gems each, and now you need to have 120 on reserve. Because what if you picked up a Goofy on the first one and you're like, well, I don't want to just sell Goofy so I have enough for the next drop, or, you know, you need to sell something else, but the market's already squeezing, so now you're selling at a loss. So that's just my opinion, but you can have more or less than that. I bare minimum have like 60. Bare minimum have 60 to at least play a Disney drop. Because I think so far most of the Disney ones have been 60 except for the cards. Is Terry Dodson Harley Quinn? I could pull that one up really quick. Unlikely it's undervalued. I think all the Harley Quinns are doing all right. Which one is it? Which one did you say? Dodson. Terry Dodson. This one I looked at earlier. Maybe, I don't know. Like, I think this is another one where she's just getting propped up by the low mint number. 750 mints. It's just a little bit too volatile for my liking. Like, for that same price point, I would kind of rather pick up a Becky Cloonan Batman, or just again just get an uncommon Steamboat Willie plus Wonder Woman or Ultra Rare Spider-Man. Ultra Rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. I don't know. It's the listings are pretty high. I mean, she's only hit that high twice. $3 grand. I don't know. Even if she did get up that high, it would take her a while to get back to that point. And I think other NFTs for a similar price could do it a bit quicker. Like I said, Steamboat Willie, Wonder Woman, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, like those are all for 1,000. So like get 2 of those, and then you have 300 gems left over to stack something else or whatever. So I like those. Yeah, I already answered that. Marvel Comics #1 common is at 400 now. Would you buy? I have no idea. Like I guess I could look it up really quick. Top Gainers Comics. I don't know if that's considered low or high, to be quite honest. Please work. All right. #1, 400. Let me guess, it was at like 290 not too long ago. Now people are like hard FOMOing. Maybe not. Ooh. Pretty good time. Hell, I might pick up one. I just do not see it going much lower. Yeah, I think it's a great time to buy. Listings are high. Like, it's starting to go down a little bit. I think whatever the thing is affecting the market, because people are claiming that when they buy stuff, it's not pulling off the market. this correction could be swift. And it's Marvel Comics. It's the grail of comics, right? So not a bad time. I don't think it's too bad. What's the uncommon sitting at? Okay, a bit higher. Yeah. Yeah, but Meow, that's a great call. Like, see, I'm familiar with like these comics, and I'm just looking at the raw numbers here, and I know comics are typically slow and steady, and they see a big pump occasionally or whatever, but yeah, I think it's pretty solid. It's a pretty good thing, and I can't think of like an NFT that's gonna do a pump like that. That's the same price point. I'm like, oh, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man plus this, like maybe, but comics are kind of like in their own league. When Mew, I don't know what you're trying to say. John, I'm stacking Fantastic Four, issue 1230 and under. Solid. Christopher Brinkley, what do you think? I was able to get a Superman for like today? No way. And are you memeing? You gotta be trolling. There's no way. There has to be somebody either mislisted it. Maybe they meant to put 525. That is ridiculous because it's hovering around 4.8. Someone must have mislisted it, or you're trolling or something. I don't know. If you're trolling, congratulations. And if that did happen, congratulations. Either way, that's awesome. I mean, that's an amazing value. And even if you bought that a while back or whatever, like that's still really good. Superman will rebound. It's a great investment. Brandon F, I'm stacking New Mutants, 98 rares. Good, smart. Brina Karthik, I know Harv you're freaking out about. Sam Wilson. Brina Karthik, thinking of selling Ben Riley uncommon to the Green Gobble. The Green Gobble. Selling Ben Riley uncommon to Green Gobble. What are your thoughts on that? Understood if it's not financial advice. Yeah, of course. I put my thing, and I think I say not financial advice occasionally. I don't know, where did Ben Riley go? But Ben? Oh, it's because it's under comics. That's why. My feet are killing me. Yeah, might need to sit down soon. I said a while ago, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get off stream soon. I said that 15 minutes ago. It's kind of low. Where do you peak at? I'd pick up Green Goblin. I do think Green Goblin will go around 1,500. If you can make that trade, and I don't say this lightly, and I know it just sucks you have to sell them. Part of me either, and this might require a bit of risk, if you're gonna make this move, obviously you can sell them now. It's gonna suck that you have to sell them for 627 and then probably make up a couple hundred extra gems to afford Green Goblin. Or what you can do is wait till tomorrow, hopefully the market gets fixed, Ben Riley starts really running, and Green Goblin does the same, but it takes a bit longer, and you can maybe time the market a bit better. I'll leave that decision up to you, but I do think Green Goblin has a higher ceiling. I do think it can run up to 1,500 like pretty easily. Is that 825? If that's the case, if you have to make up an extra 250 gems, I might just hold on to Ben Riley. Like, I do think he can run very well too, but like if we're talking when he was like down here at like 710 and you only had to pay an extra like 50 to 100 gems, I'm like, okay, that's not bad. But the fact you're selling like Ben Riley at the bottom, he's already on his way up. So, okay, I know I kind of just changed my mind right there, but I would just hold. You can't go wrong with just holding Ben Riley. So if he runs up really high and he runs up higher than Green Goblin, great, do a 1-for-1. But as of right now, if you have to sell him and then make up an extra like 250 gems, I don't think that's worth it. That's my take. So Barina, that'd be a Barana. Sorry, Barina. I don't know. That's my take. I would hold off on it. Ben Riley's still an amazing NFT. But if he runs up and you still want Green Goblin, like let's say he runs up to like 950 and Green Goblin's still chilling at like, 875 and you can 1-for-1 basically, or maybe pay a little bit of gems, like then it's worth it, sure. Mexican Taco also stacked 12 New Mutants. Jeez, you guys are crazy with these comics. Let's go. What's up, Vibes? Hamoon, what's up, dude? I'm gonna get off soon. My feet are killing me and I'm getting a little bit tired. I know I need to come up with like an actual stream schedule instead of just streaming at random times. Are Spider-Man comments good to stack? Yeah, if you can afford it, I'd say it's a pretty good stack. Trying to determine if common Spider-Mans or like common Steamboat Wheelies would be better to stack because they're pretty much the same price. I don't think you can go wrong with Spider-Mans. It's just more popular. Brandon Karthik, what is the fastest selling NFT in the price range? Fastest selling NFT for flipping? 150 to 400. Fastest selling. That's kind of a weird question for flipping. As much as I hate to say it, like it's a risky Adventure Time. Finn Mertens and Jake the Dog, they do some weird stuff. You have to really time the market. I do think there's a pump group for Jake the Dog, so you have to time that pretty well. If you could time that, you can make some money. That's a bit more on the risky side. Flipping though, talking like short-term flipping. Deadpool's and Snow Globes are both decent. Snow Globes don't grow as much as Deadpool, but the 2.5% fee is nice. I do think Deadpool could see a nice little pump. But it's just hard to say that there's like a realm of... and I think everything's going to grow fast in the next week. Everything's just going to grow fast or go up in price. So it's hard to say. But that's my take on it. I'm trying to think of like one more for you. Good for like flipping. That's hard because it's like I'm trying to stray away from things that are like volatile that, you know, don't move a lot or just weird. You pretty much have to play the gem squeezes if you're trying to do flipping like that. Like, no longer are things like people are now getting into stacking and stuff, and no longer are people kind of just like playing the market for fun and moving things around. Like, it's not like mid 2021 anymore. It's, you know, people are stacking, people are strategizing a bit better. People know the value of these NFTs, so you pretty much have to just play, in my opinion, like in a weird way, you have to like just play the gem squeezes. Try and buy it like today, wait for it goes up, just hope that there's not another big announcement over the horizon, sell it at a profit, and then just play it off like that. Like that's kind of how you play it now, to be honest. Do you consider Superman a grail? Do you think now's a good time to buy it? Now's a great time to buy him, Aries. He's below 5K. He could go down even further, who knows? Like, I don't know. I do consider him a grail, but he's like a low tier grail. I do think he will have his day. I'm gonna get through these comments. I'm gonna get through these like last like 7 or 8. So then I'm gonna be done for tonight because I am exhausted. And like, dude, and I appreciate everyone that chatted earlier. Today was my first day going, you know, having super chats or being monetized and stuff. Like, I got to 1,000 subs, I applied for all the stuff, and I got approved. So it's great, and I really thank you guys that are still in chat and donated earlier in the stream. You guys don't have to. Like, I'm doing this. I like doing this stuff, and I'm glad I was able to bring some value to you guys. In the meantime, I think some people like the idea that like I might have a separate, what do you call, a separate account that that we can do as a community. So people that donate money, let's say they, you know, I don't know. I don't even know how much I got today, but let's say I got $20. You know, that $20 would go into one of my, you know, alt accounts that we as a community decide on what we're going to do with it. So, you know, with all that donation money, we make basically a trust fund in a way. We have a bunch of money here, people that donate, and I ask the community each time I'm about to buy something like, hey, we have 300 gems. What do you guys want to buy? Do you guys want to buy a Spider-Man, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man? Do you guys want to buy 2 Deadpools? Do you guys want to buy 6 Storms? Like, how do you guys want to do it? And I try to navigate a way to sell those and make profit and flip them. I don't know how I'm gonna do the whole flipping part. Like, do I ask the community every single time, like, hey, should I sell it right now? Like, I might as well just flip it for profit and just ask people to do it. So I think some people like that idea of having kind of like a hedge fund group, and like as a community we just decide what we buy, and if it grows, cool, and you know, that'd be awesome. Hamon, appreciate your streams. Thank you for the £5, €5. I honestly do not know that currency. I should probably brush up on my currency. But Hamon, I hope I've been pronouncing your name correctly. Hamon, I appreciate it. I know you're active on Twitter. You're definitely one of my more avid followers, and I appreciate that. I really do. Let me get through these, and then we'll go. Grail, what could give me the higher return? Short-term Steamboat Willie uncommon or 7 Batgirls? It's gonna take you a while to sell those Batgirls. I really think the Steamboat Willie uncommon, like even if you bought Steamboat Willie uncommon and just, I mean, you would have to sell it at what, 1100 to make a profit. I definitely think it's gonna reach well above 1100, even within the next couple days. And plus, I think it'd be easier on you to sell 1 Steamboat Willie than 7 Batgirls. You know, that just takes time, right? And anytime there's an announcement, she'll go back down, and I don't know. That's my take on it. Just bought 7 Mighty Spider-Mans. They are going to do well in a few days. Definitely, Felonini. Any updates on Gem Cash Out? Not really, Currency. Hashtag soon. Knight Rider, what would be a better pickup? Green Goblin or Dr. Doom? Green Goblin, bar none. Not even less mints, more popular villain, same rarity, part of the Spider-Man series. There's absolutely no reason why he will be cheaper than Dr. Doom. No reason, in my opinion. When is next stream? Maybe tomorrow. We'll probably do another one tomorrow. I don't know. I need to be at least remotely consistent with these streams. I will do a tier list video tomorrow, but I think I will do a quick market breakdown tomorrow morning. I know Veve3 likes those, and a few other people just like a quick breakdown of the market. What's up? What's down? What are some suggestions I have that are good pickups right now? And I do have a few. So, yeah. So the video tomorrow morning. I might either do a second video or a stream, but I do need to figure out a schedule for this. Brina, appreciate your thoughts. Agree to wait and play. Yes. Just hold your Ben Riley. If he outpaces Green Goblin, fantastic. Just 1-for-1 it. If he doesn't, you still got a Ben Riley, which is one of the stronger Spider-Man NFTs, in my opinion. Mr. Locknet, the Green Goblin Mighty looks so good. It is great, right? Let me look at it. Knight Rider, are Spider-Man commons and Ghost Spiders a better stack than Batgirl? I'd say right now, yes. I do think Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, I would stack up on more Spider-Mans. I know he's 50% more, but I would go more Spider-Mans than Ghost Spiders. I really think Spider-Man could probably hit 250, maybe even 300 by the end of the week, maybe even sooner if the market corrects quickly enough, in my opinion. Hey man, thanks for the stream. African Batman, what are your thoughts on selling Deadpool Secret Rare comic for a rare Spider-Man collectible? I don't know about that. Like, selling this Deadpool Secret Rare. So you're talking the New Mutants. I don't know about that, dude. I would hold that. A lot of people like New Mutants. A lot of people in the comic community think it's being slept on. And if you got a Secret Rare, I would hold that. That's me not even being a comic book guy. That's me not even looking at the price. That's just my opinion. I mean, we'll pull it up really quick. This will be the last thing we look up for tonight. All comics. And then New Mutants. I'll just type New Mutants. Hopefully that's good enough. New Mutants. Secret Rare. 2250? You want to sell this? You want to sell this? Did that that just looks sick. You cannot sell this. You cannot sell this. You cannot sell this. This just looks awesome. Every Deadpool fan is going to want this. It's really unique art. It's a Veve exclusive art piece. That's a very cool look. And if you sold this, I mean, you could, even if you did sell this, you could afford more than just a rare Spider-Man. Do not sell this. 2800, yeah. Don't sell this. And this is someone that like only knows collectibles and doesn't really know comics. Like, just don't. I know I'm just kind of messing around. I'm, joking by being like, but I hope I'm putting some weight behind my words where I'm saying I would definitely hodl this. Unless you were able to somehow 1-for-1 this for like another very high tier NFT and or like low tier Grail, sure. But I mean, like, and Rare Spider-Man's very, very good, but he's not. This could potentially be a very good NFT. I would hold this. Thank you, sir. Great info, of course. Jeff, sounds like a cool idea. I'm down. Yeah, it sounds like most people like that. It's gonna take a little bit more legwork. on my end, but I think it'd be kind of fun to do like a cool little hedge fund thing where we have a group of NFTs, and who knows, maybe we'll do some giveaways out of it and stuff like that. Like as the hedge fund grows, where we get some cool NFTs, maybe we give them away. I mean, it's all free money for me. But at the end of the day, like I do need to keep the lights on too at the same time. So I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Going to bed. Thank you so much. We'll be a supporter. Mark Medina, thank you so much. You're supporting me by just hanging out in this chat, just being here and watching my random ads. That helps me a ton. So I appreciate it. But yeah, that's it. I appreciate you guys. Just keep an eye out for my video tomorrow morning. I'll probably do a video on just a market update. Here's what's up. Here's what's down. Here's what I recommend. And then going from there. And then of course, good luck on the drops tomorrow. I wish you guys the best of luck. And be safe. So I'll see you guys later.